Quay greetings. Quay is Algonquian for hello. Welcome to another video. Today's video, we're going to follow up on Horace Butler because we really trying to really grasp what he is saying to us, and we want to take what we can use and what is significant, but we also have to spit out what is not significant, and we have to question some of his assertions. So I'd like to share my screen. There he is, the author himself. Let's read this. Horace Butler went searching for a little thing and found 17,000 years of written history of the Americas. Been in that ditch digging ever since. He found the hidden 3,400-year-old history of Machu Picchu and Cusco in Peru. Then found that tomb beneath the murals at Banampek, shared that discovery with National Geographic in 2008. They published it in 2010 without crediting it as his discovery. He found the ancient written history of Yaxchilan in Mexico, and the very ancient Egyptian history of Teotihuacan. Now, the hardest part is getting the world to accept what was hidden from it, but may have been born for this, or so it seems. Catch the discoveries hot off the shovel. Kind of interesting overview, but what I like here is that he's including a 3,400-year-old history. Okay, so when I see the 3,400, it sort of brings me to when the two kingdoms were united in the Egypt that Horace Butler found in the Americas, Upper and Lower Egypt, meaning North and South America. So that 3,400, it kind of coincides with the history of Narmer uniting Upper and Lower Egypt. So I can appreciate that. Okay. So what do I want to do next? I want to go to a review on Amazon that kind of sums it up for me and why I'm doing this video. This is, one of the customers' review for When Rocks Cry Out. And so what this reviewer, Mr. T. Brooks, if I can quote him, I would like to read what he says. The so-called African Americans are aborigines, not African. Okay, so he had the same problem with Horace Butler that I'm having, which is you're calling our history older and the oldest, if you really listen to what he's saying, but then you're still giving it away to Africa. So this reviewer says, one of the best books that I have ever read in my lifetime. I've been knowing about When Rocks Cry Out for quite some time, and I finally ordered it. The information is jaw-dropping, and I couldn't put it down. I had to finish it to see where Jerusalem is located in the Americas. I agree with everything the author says. I'm sorry, with everything the author says, with the exception of the so-called African Americans that were here in the Americas as being African. African Americans are not Africans. We actually descended from the Aboriginals of the Americas, which I like to just call the American Indians, as opposed to Aboriginal. So we actually descended from the American Indians of the Americas. So the Atlantic slave trade myth was exaggerated, and only a few thousand Africans were enslaved in the Americas. We were all lumped together as a ploy to exile us off our own land in the Americas. That's exactly what happened. King James figured out that if he dumped only a few Africans here, he could then proceed to call us all African, or we would go down in history from that point as being all from Africa. You know, there's a part in the Bible that talks about adding a little leaven into the dough or something to that effect. And I think this is what is going on here. You just put a little bit of trouble in the mix, and it like yeast, it grows and it expands. You know, so nonetheless, I can't wait for Horace Butler to continue his research further to come to the conclusion that the so-called African Americas, or African Americans he meant, are Aborigines or Aboriginal or Indigenous or American Indians. I highly recommend the book. It's a fascinating read. So I just want to really show I'm not the only one who does not understand why Horace Butler would go through so much trouble of basically saying civilization started in America to only give it back to Africa. That is the exact opposite of what we're being told about Africa. What he is saying is the exact opposite, and yet he's still going with the status quo narrative. So once again, we have the daunting task of breaking this down, you know. So we'll go to, where should we go to? Do we need to read another description? So this is another, you know, overview of the book. Let's read it. The #1 Dallas Morning News regional nonfiction. So this is not fiction, it's nonfiction. Bestseller now throws open its earth-shattering secrets for the entire world to see. Gripping from its opening page, When Rocks Cry Out pulls you into a real-life deadly chase that uncovers the forbidden histories of a 16th century friar who followed Columbus. So I kind of like this perspective because clearly we have someone who is of the Catholic Church mentioned here. I think his name is Sagahun. Horace Butler talks about him. And so he comes with Columbus, but we have to understand what the mission is of the Catholic Church. Part of the mission is we don't want to let on the truth about why we've come to the Americas, you know? So this friar, having forbidden history, we can't fully rely that he's going to tell us the truth. We can't rely on that. He's working for the church, just like Columbus basically is, but Columbus is also a product of the Moors, right? So we have these two elements coming to America, Moors and the Catholic Church, okay? So as we can see, they're one entity, okay? With a similar goal. Neither do the Moors wish to tell the full story, just as well as the Catholic Church is doing her best not to tell the full story. So this friar that has our forbidden histories, I don't know that we can trust what they're doing. I'm pretty sure we cannot. So this friar who followed Columbus into the Americas, this is the forbidden histories he has, uncovered ancient maps and writings, show the real ruins of 4 of the 7 ancient wonders of the world that were thought to have vanished from the earth. The secrets hidden within those wonders explode the very foundations of what we thought we knew about the world and where we had come from. So it sounds like he's questioning the out of Africa theory. The out of Africa theory is being shaken. Okay? The exploding the very foundation. Listed by Dallas community colleagues as a must read, When Rocks Cry Out ties together riddles from the Old Testament with ruins of abandoned cities that are thousands of years old and thousands of miles away from where we thought those cities would be in Africa, in Jerusalem, the Jerusalem that we know of. So he's saying that they're not there, but they're in the Americas, right? So that adds many years to America's history. That is making America come up as the first civilization on Earth. The exact opposite of what they teach us. They call America the New World. Clearly, it is the old world. Often reading like a page-turning novel, this could be one of the most important books written in the last 500 years. From the discovery of Egypt's lost ancient capital, now Egypt's capital is in America. Why is that? Do you think they would build a capital a whole ocean away from where the main Egypt is? So from the discovery of Egypt's lost ancient capital, Memphis, to a stunning hidden burial city built by the pharaohs, to the secret ruins of King David's famed city. This book moves past recent promises about codes and brings you to the real life secret. That was the explosive reason for the creation of the codes. The Da Vinci Code, Solomon's key, those clever puzzles can't reach the significance of the mysteries unraveled in this book. And the things in this book are real. The things in this book are real. When Rocks Cry Out, it is a book for those who have reached a point in their life when they just want to know the truth. That would be me. Finally, we can trace where our blood has been and what our blood has done. That has to be talking about the quote-unquote American Negro. This is our blood. This is what our blood has done. And it's not African blood. Again, the discovery of Egypt's lost ancient capital is in the Americas? That's where it's discovered? When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. Okay, so what else did I want to do here? We got our timeline there. We might jump here, because now we have to ask, if ancient Egypt began in the Americas, then what is the true age of Africa's ancient cities, right? So, which came first is the question. So we have to do a little survey of, oops, let's reload this. Reload. Because this was another take on this subject. So I might have to do that again. Okay, for other slide. Okay, ancient African civilizations. So this is an overview, one overview. And okay, the history of modern day humans began in Africa. Well, we know that this is what's being challenged, right? Then it is no surprise that Africa was once home to several great ancient civilizations. This we are also questioning. But we do want to use this model. In other words, the history of modern day humans must have began in the Americas. And then it is no surprise that America was the first or the home to several great ancient civilizations. So you see how easily Africa grabs all of ancient history and no one questions it. We just go with it because that's all we've heard. Well, now we have to learn how to do that with America, because we're finding out that their first accomplishment here is not theirs. It does not belong to Africa. Okay, so let's read this again. The history of modern day humans began in Africa. That is a supposition we make because we have to, when we are going to tell a lie that all began in Africa, then we have to put human beings in Africa first, right? So then it'll be like, well, they had no choice but to build in Africa. But once again, when we apply that to America, they're telling us that basically that someone had to come and bring civilization to America. In Africa, it's just naturally taken for granted that, oh, if life began in Africa, then civilization began in Africa. But they want us to think that Africa left Africa and started something in America first, and then go to Africa. And this slide will help us see that what he just said about it is no surprise that Africa was once home to several great civilizations. Some of these civilizations existed over millennia ago, while others flourished more recently. Well, we're going to see that most of them, all of them, flourished more recently. Okay. But again, I like the way he casually leads us to presume that because life began in Africa, then it is no surprise that Africa was a home to several great civilizations. But it is a surprise because what we're being told, even by Horace Butler, is that Africa forfeited their own land and they came to America to build their great civilization, right? So we can't make that assumption if we're going to go ahead and with a lie that they left Africa and built their first and biggest civilization in the Americas. Why can't we just give that credit to the American Indian where it belongs? Okay. I don't know if I need to read any of this because it's, it's the big lead, it's the big lead into the lie. But what we want to do is go to Egypt. Now, we just read about 3,400. This is significant. This is very significant because that number we saw over here, I believe. Yeah, we saw it right here. Right? So he's saying he found the hidden 3,400-year-old history of Machu Picchu and Cusco in Peru. That's America, right? So we must conclude that 3,400 right there, right? This is what he found in the Americas. So it doesn't belong in Africa. So this here, ancient Egypt, is arguably the most well-known of Africa's ancient civilizations. It began around 3,400 BCE in America. Let's look here again. Horace Butler went searching for a little thing and found a 17,000 years of written history of the Americas. He'd been in that ditch digging ever since. He found the hidden 3,400-year-old history of Machu Picchu and Cusco in Peru. He's talking about America. So this cannot be Africa's history, right? This is, they're given our history and our civilization is being given to Africa so that they continue to lie and say that they are the first. They are not the first. Okay? Now, all of this, what we're reading about Egypt, is taking place in the Americas. Okay, so let's read it. Continue. Originally, there were two Egyptian kingdoms. That was North and South America. One was Upper Egypt, which I believe that's South America, which was based in what is now Central and Southern Egypt along the Nile River. No, it's not along the Nile River. They have to mingle the two lands and the narrative to make it be in Africa. But we just read, I'm going to keep showing you, the biggest thing about Horace Butler's book is that Egypt was found in the Americas, yet the author himself is continuing to lie and say that that is an African creation. It is not an African creation. This reviewer also is wondering, why is Horace Butler calling what he calls Aboriginal Americans, why is he calling them African? I agree with everything the author says, with the exception of the so-called African Americans that were here in the Americas as being African. So the reviewer is saying, why is Horace Butler insisting on calling American Indians African? It is just something that the Boule do. It's what they oath into doing. Remember, there are a group of people that call themselves the custodians of our history. That would be the Moors. But as we should understand by now, these are wicked custodians who are out to pillage and steal and lie. So if they are holding all your history, then they have a job to do with that history. They have to bend it and shape it into what they want it to be. And they want it to be in Africa. Their job is to take the legacy, to take our birthright and make it theirs. So let's continue because we want to get a timeline going. This we should know by now, this 3400 BC, that is America. That's America's time. That is not Africa's time. Africa, we'll see that they don't have anything as old as 3400 BCE. They're putting us at the top of the list, but this is our accomplishment. Well, this is in Africa. This one here is that picture is Africa, but the legacy is American. Okay. So please remember that 3400 BCE as we go down this list to look at ancient African civilizations, with America's being the first on their list. That's why they like to put African American together, because it's an upgrade for Africa, not the other way around. So we're not going to read the bullshit, okay? We're just going to look at the time. So for Egypt, we have an age of about 3400 BCE. This took place again in South America. The 3,400-year-old history of Machu Picchu and Cusco in Peru. And we're going to look at what Peru breaks down to. What deity are they talking about is hidden in the word Peru? Think Heru. Okay, so now we're only going to read, I think, mostly this one. The other kingdom was Lower Egypt, based primarily in the Nile Delta. So we're lying. During the period of the Old Kingdom, 2686 to 2181 BCE, the Egyptians built the pyramids, for which the ancient civilization is best known, including the Great Pyramid, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world. Well, again, they're calling the pyramid in Egypt the greatest thing, and it is not. The one in America is the Great Pyramid, or the greatest pyramid. Okay, but nevertheless, we are going to go down this list and look at these ages. So our first ancient African civilization is actually American, and it has a date stamp of at least 3,400 BCE. Now, these two kingdoms were united about 3150 BC when Narmer united, but this is how old they were. So let's do the math, because we know BC is tricky. So let's get an idea of what this 3,400 is, okay? So 3,400 let's do this again. 3,400 minus 3,150. So the 3,400 is coming 250 years before Narmer unites the two kingdoms, right? So it began around 3400, the whole civilization, but the kingdoms were not united until 250 years later, when Narmer united Upper and Lower Egypt. Okay, so 3400 BCE is roughly around the time that there were two separate kingdoms. When Narmer united them, that was in 3150 circa BC. Then it became one united Egypt of North and South America. Okay, so let's go to the Kingdom of Kush. We established that Egypt is in the Americas. So what's the next thing we have? And the date. Here's the date. Kush, the Kingdom of Kush, flourished between 1069 BCE and 350 CE. Okay, so let's try to put Kush 1069 BCE. Okay, Kush would go about somewhere in here. 1069 is going to be probably around here, I guess. So let's, what do we, okay. 1069, let's say 1050 is here. So 1069 might be about here. Kush. Ten 69 BC. That we should know that it's on the BC side, right? Because BC starts here and goes back, okay, this way. So the Kingdom of Kush is 1069 BC. But we now know that our American Egypt started, we're going to give it the full range of 3400. That's even older than 3150, so which is cool. So that just makes us that much older, 3400 BCE or BC, which is the same as BCE. Okay, this is America. America is the old world, people. And if you don't get this from what we're going to look at, I don't know what else to show you. But we have to re-evaluate the lies we have been told. And we know that we've been lied to. And the lies seem to generate around these quote unquote African Americans. So if you're lying about me, you're going to lie about where I come from, right? Right. So this is America. America's history goes back to over 3,400 years because we have to include prehistoric. Prehistoric is before the kingdoms. And then the kingdoms get united in 31. Let's write 3150 right here, just so we'll have that reference. 3150 is when Narmer unites two kingdoms. Okay, and let's put Narmer the first dynasty is by Narmer. The United Kingdom was first in America. That is the first kingdom. There were no kings anywhere else. They were not in Africa. As we see, Kush starts here. We go off the chart. Okay, we're off the chart. America is off the chart. So here's the first kingdom we're seeing listed. Let's go down the line. That was 1069, the kingdom of Kush. Again, the first one is in America, but they're erroneously linking it to Africa. Okay, so let's go to the next one is Punt. Let's highlight Punt. As well as we're gonna, why didn't I highlight stick? Okay, we're going to maybe use, I guess, blue, I think, for it's the first kingdom of Kush. Well, it's the second one after our Egypt in America. The next one is Punt, and we're gonna go back to yellow. That's gonna be a lot of changing I'm gonna be doing. So Punt. What is the timeline for Punt? Now, Punt is going a little far back. The kingdom was established around the year 2500 BCE. So they're older than Kush, right? Punt, they're 2500 BC. So let's go to our, okay, so they are a runner-up. They would be 2500 BCE. That is somewhere here, because the next one over actually would be right here exactly 2500. If we go in 500 increments, 2500. Okay, so I didn't realize this before, but Punt would be right there. Punt. So this is what's being given the oldest thing, I think, of the whole list would be Punt. 2500. 2500. 2500. BC. We shouldn't have to write BC because we know this is the BC side of the timeline. So Punt, we have Punt at 1069 BC, Kush at 1069 BC, and Punt at 2500. They're right on this cusp here, right here. But again, we go to 3400. Okay. So that is like what? Let's do the math again. That's going to be about 1500 years or 1400 years. Let's do the math officially. In 3400, we have two kingdoms in America, minus 2500. So we're 900 years ahead of Africa. Okay, Punt is coming 900 years after we have two kingdoms in America. Africa is not this old ancient country that you are being told it is. Okay, let's go back. So 2500 BC, that's when they were established. Okay, they're pretty old, but not old enough. Okay, they're 900 years too late to be the first civilization. Okay, so next we have Carthage. I don't think I'm going to be highlighting the blues and the yellow. Let's just stick with the yellow. So Carthage is next. So what is the age of Carthage? So now they're getting a little jiggy, and they're going to say the 8th or 9th century BCE. Carthage began as a city-state in what is now Tunisia. So Carthage began around the 8th or 9th century BCE. So what was the 8th or 9th century? That would be around here, BC. That's 500. So here would be, let me see, 500. Yeah, 8 and 9 is right here next to 10,000. So it's the 900. So Carthage is around, if this is let's see, 500, this would be 550. It's gonna be close to here, basically. I believe is what we're doing. 9th century, okay. The 9th century, let's see. When was the 9th century? Let's just make it simple. When was let's see, well, we'll start with the 8th century BC. Well, what was the year? It was 800. So we were right. It would, so the 8th century would be 800. Okay, which is interesting. I thought it would be like 700, So let's go 800. So 800, if this is 1,000, 800 is going to be somewhere over here, right? So this is Carthage. Carthage. Electronic writing is not the best. Carthage. Because here you're talking about your, more or less, your Rome, right? Carthage. And that is, Carthage. Okay. Carthage is 800 BC. Let's BC. Okay. Oh, that doesn't look great, but there you have it. Okay, so let's say 800 is right there. Carthage. So we have Carthage, we have Kush, we have Punt coming in at the closest to our age, but they are much younger. Okay. So let's go back. So Carthage, it was the 8th and 9th century. Okay. Aksum. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just was reading a little more about Carthage. Carthage grew into a far-flung seafaring empire, which controlled large parts of the coastal North Africa, the southern Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain, right? And all are part of the Mediterranean islands of Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily. This is Moorish territory, okay? These are the Moors. They're the seafaring empire, okay? And so by the 3rd century, Carthaginian Empire, the Carthaginian Empire came into conflict with another great power, the Roman Empire, which led to the Punic Wars. As the Moors fighting each other for who's going to be the bigger dog. Same group, okay? And what is interesting, there was no Islam at this point, right? So this was infighting within the Christian world, right? Because by the time Rome is involved, it's a war And I think it might have to do with Serapis becoming Jesus. If I was to try to guess what it was about. But the Carthaginian Empire comes into conflict with the Roman Empire. The only thing that came before Rome was Greece. And what they had was Serapis. So that's my guess. I'm not sure. But the what happened is the Romans turned Serapis into Jupiter and Zeus, which gave you Jesus. Okay. That's my guess on this. But let's keep moving. We want to go to Aksum. Now, this is younger. The kingdom of Aksum of Africa existed from the 4th century BC to the 10th century CE. So they were about here. Aksum was about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, about here. I think that's about 4th century. Aksum. Or the way they like to spell it, you know, when it's with the Moors and all of that, is Aksum. Okay, and that was 4th century. So let's be sure what our 4th century is. You know, no shame in learning. When was the 4th century? That would have been when was the 4th century BC? That was 400 BCE. So we were right. It's 400, and it's about it's about, I guess, somewhere between here and here is 400. Okay, let's go. So 400 BC. So how's your Africa looking, Pan-Africans? How old is your Africa looking now that we get a timeline of what is being said about these African kingdoms? They're very young, aren't they? None of them have come up here yet, where America had 2 kingdoms. Okay, so all of this is after. Okay, now we do have some BC time frames, but again, they're all still not as old as the kingdoms in America. So that's Aksum. Now we come to Mali. So this is where Islam finally makes an appearance. Before that, it's all Christian, right? It's all Christian. And what is the age of the Mali Empire? They are not a BC civilization. So in reality, we don't have Islamic Moors until the 13th century, but Islam itself was not created until the 7th century BC. Okay, so the Mali Empire, now we're talking Islam. This is the first basically Islamic empire. All before that, we had versions of Christianity. Okay. According to Walter Williams, Judaism is coming after Islam, and he gives us his excuse me, he gives us his timeline for that in the historical origins of Islam, which I don't think we're going to look at tonight or today. Okay, So the Mali Empire is happening in the 13th century CE. So we're over here. 13th century is about here. That is your Mali Empire or Malian Empire. Mali and well, they were all empires. No, wait. The Catholic Church. It's only after the Catholic Church do we even use the term empire, I believe. I could be wrong because it had to do with emperors, and that is I forgot how it connects to the Roman Catholic Church. So Mali is 13, what did we say? 13th century. And let's go here to find out what the 13th century CE, 13th century CE is what that that is what when okay what year? How about what year? What year was 13th century CE? The okay, so they're not. I believe it was the 1200s, right? Yeah, 1201 to 1209. You see this here? 13th century. Okay. So those are 1200s. You see all the 12s? That's the 13th century. Interestingly, this is when the Mongols happen, right? The Mongol Empire was founded by Genghis Khan. So this is what happens in the 1200s or the 13th century. So we don't have Mongol. You know how they try to tell us Mongolians were in America first? How so? If they're only getting started, let's look at the Mongolian Empire. Okay. The Mongol Empire of the 13th and 14th century was the largest contiguous land empire in history. So that means the land was, was a bigger, it was all on one landmass, basically. To present day Mongolia. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from the Sea of Japan to parts of Eastern Europe, extending northward into parts of the Arctic, eastward and southward to parts of the Indian subcontinent. So they don't mention America here, okay? They're not according to the Mongolians or the Mongol Empire, and we can see the map here. There's no America here, right? See, look at it. That's how it grew. See where it's growing? It according to their history, they never got to America. But we're being told that they did come to America. Who's lying to us? Why don't they have it here? Let me should we do the word search? But regardless, okay, we can do the word search. Let's see if we do the word search. Find on this page America. Okay, America. That's close, but it's not America. Okay. There is no America on this page. Okay. There is no America as being part of the Mongol Empire. So who were the Mongolians that came to America? Why? Why would they leave and start something so far away from where they are? This is the logic that we are fed about America, that everybody just leaves their place of origin. They didn't build anything. Okay, so because when we look at this this timeline, if we're going to say that Africans came to, well, the oldest Africans on this list are from Punt, right? So what they want us to believe is that before they even existed, they came to America and built up America. Does that make any sense? So that goes the same for all of these. Before they exist, America starts over here, y'all, okay? So if we're going to say somebody started America, they have to have existed before America, right? In some way, shape, or form, right? But they want us to believe that these people, now say we're in Punt, okay, at this time. These Puntians just show up, right? They immediately leave Punt and go to America. Then they come back and establish Punt later, after they established America. This is the logic that you people are being given, okay, about Africa. Because if these are the timelines of the African civilizations, that means to start America, they had to leave their time frame and where they start in history, go back in time and start America, and then come back years later to start. That is exactly what happened. But you see, it wasn't Africans that did that. It was Americans leaving their high civilization and bringing it to Africa. Well, what happened was some of them got kicked out of the Americas. That's when they start building Africa. We kicked them out. You know that I talk about the expelling. No one likes to talk about the expelling, least of all the Moors. But if you notice, the Moors talk all around Egypt. They don't really recognize. Why wouldn't these quote unquote black men not want to mention a high civilization that happened in America 3400 BC? Why don't they like to talk about that? Because that is the same civilization that kicked their asses out. They don't want to talk about that. It's shameful. Because then we have to ask, why did you get kicked out of high civilization? Out of the Garden of Eden that they speak of, the one that they call the Garden of Eden. Why were the Moors cast out of heaven? The heaven of America. They don't want to talk about that. It's shameful. So they want to pick up where they begin in the 7th century, which was about here. This is where Islam began, the 7th century. We're going to put this at the top here. Islam, or Mohammedism, is more accurate, but we're not going to write that long ass word when this pen is very hard to maneuver. Electronic pen. Islam begins, okay. Islam begins begins seventh, let's put about 610 to be accurate. 610 AC or AD. In this case, they're using AD. Well, it's the same as AC after, well, I don't know. After I know the meaning. Okay, whatever. It's after BC era. Okay, so Islam officially begins in about 610, is what I recall. But we'll say 7th century to just make it, it's a 7th century. If in case that is not exactly correct, 7th century. So why do I write this? 7th century. I write this because the question is, why is Islam discounting all of this former quote unquote, if they're all about the black man and black this and blackity black, and more means black, but you can't use the word black, but more means black. That's the better way to say it. If they're all about resurrecting the black man's greatness, why are you not going back here in America where it began? Well, first of all, you didn't exist back then, right? You would have been Egyptian. That's what the Moors are not telling you. They started out Egyptian. But when that war took place that Horace Butler speaks of, should we read that now? Let's read it now. Okay. Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by, we're going to say Amos or Tutmos. He says Moses, because Horace Butler is still not quite ready to come completely clean with our history. But he says ancient writings, including an autobiography left by, I'm going to say Amos or Tutmosis, explain that a civil war in Central and South America had forced, we're going to change this for the first time. We're going to say forced the Moors to flee from the Americans. Okay, he says the Egyptians. Well, because they disdain Egyptian history, we might as well use what they like to be called, right? They want to be called Moors because they don't want to have nothing to do with ancient Egypt because of this civil war that had forced the Egyptians, now turned Moors, to flee from the Americas. They escaped to the east side of Africa, which I would like to think would have been Morocco, but they're saying they escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. A second Egypt. Okay, so this is what Horace Butler is saying. Okay, he's saying that some of these Egyptians now all of the Egyptians didn't leave America, which I should have pointed that out when I first started saying it. I'm not saying all the Egyptians were fled the Americas. No, it was a war amongst the Egyptians. Like in their book, they might call it a war in heaven. And so many got cast out. You see? So these Moors, who were former Egyptians, but they don't like to talk about that because then they have to tell us that they were kicked out of Egypt. Why? Because they were changing our religious system. And our people were not having it. Now they get to Africa, and that's where they begin their monotheism, where they erase all the deities that we first knew and replace them with characters like Jesus, Muhammad, and so forth and so on. But then they go back and they try to act like they were here before even Mohammedanism began, which we saw that began in the 7th century right here, right? This is where Islam begins. Okay, and we might want to highlight this to be sure that we have no doubt how young this religion really is. And these people they talk all about history before they began, but they're not mentioning their true name as those expelled Egyptians. 7th century. Okay, so let's go back. So then let's go to, we got enough of the Mali Empire, where they say Okay, so here, one more thing to say about the Mali Empire is that that's where Abu Bakari is coming from. So Abu Bakari is coming to us in the 1300s. So that was around the same time. But yeah, it's the Mali Empire, right? The 1300s, right? Okay, so if he's coming to America at this time, the 1300s, he's coming way late in our history as we start here at 3400, right? So did he bring civilization to America? No, Abu Bakari did not. It's very questionable that he came at all. But then they tell us they came with all these ships. You see, I realize the reason why they got to tell us so many ships because they really want to give us the impression that he populated. Like, in other words, we're led to believe that he came with over 2,500. Can you imagine that many ships? 2,500 ships? They want us to believe that an entire culture came to America. Even if you did, this is way late in our history. You're not bringing anything to us, okay? You're not bringing anything to us. You might be taking from us because we saw a picture of Mansa Musa looking, like it was a picture depicting him looking at a gold coin, like just mesmerized by gold. So it's like perhaps what you did was steal from us. Okay. Because they're saying the Mali Empire was the richest empire ever. Like, well, they're the ones who came to America, right? Is that why they're so rich? That's the only people that they're saying came to America next to Ramses III, who came in. We're gonna have to revisit that, but he came before the Abu Bakari is said to have come. Okay, here we go. In fact, at one point, the Mali Empire was thought to have produced 2/3 of the world's entire gold supply. Yeah, you came to America, and all of a sudden you were like the richest thing that ever happened to Africa. The person believed to be the empire's greatest ruler, Mansa Musa, who ruled during the 14th century CE, or Common Era, not BC, was so rich that his wealth is inconceivable, even by today's standard. Yeah, this is the Negro that is said to have come to America. So we might conclude that that is where your wealth is coming from. Under the rule of the Mali Empire, the city of Timbuktu, now located in present-day Mali, became a prominent center of learning in the Islamic world. Yeah. It's just very interesting that the richest empire in Africa is the one that is said to have come to the Americans. So let's go to the Songhai Empire. The Songhai Empire was formed in the 15th century. Okay, so they were formed basically 15th century. 15th century is going to be the 1400s. So Songhai was about the same place where Mali. Well, let's look at this Mali Empire again. 14. So that's the 1300s. The Mali Empire was here. 14th century. So that's the 1300s. The 15th century is the 1400s. So they were right after the Mali Empire. So Songhai, let's put 1300s. 1300s for Mali. That's where Abu Bakari is said to. Okay, that looks like a 6. Let's erase that. Okay. Okay, 1300. Come on, let's get a 0, please. 2 zeros. Thank you. 1300. Songhai is 1400. Very young when compared to America's history. Okay. So we have the Mali Empire, and I'm guessing both of these were Islamic, you know. We gotta, they didn't put Morocco on this really. It's not listed as one of Africa's great accomplishments, right? Number 8, we have Zimbabwe. And this is the last one on the list. So Zimbabwe dates back to the 10th century. So that's the 900s. The city dates back to the 10th century. Though between the 13th and 15th, it was all of this after Mali. It's like you have this thing going on in the 13th, it seemed like they built these all around the same time. These were all, I'm going to say they were Islamic, because they seem to be all at the same time that Mali, was a thing. And Mali is really the first thing that happens after Islam is created. Mali is the next big empire after, and they're the richest one. So right there, the first great Islamic empire is all about wealth, right? Right there, it gives you a little clue of what are the Moors really about, right? Why are they all about the wealth? Because that's what they're taking. That is what they're pirating. It's not about God, okay? Mansa Musa is said to be the richest man on earth or something at that time. That is what they were about. You don't just become that without desiring that. Okay? It's not said about any of the other civilizations. So the first Islamic culture you have is also the wealthiest. How did that happen? You bring religion and you take the gold, right? And you force the religion on the people. It's not a choice. These people have a determination to have slaves. I don't know if people realize that it's a slave-driven type of thing going on. That is what the Moors were really doing in Spain, truth be told. That is why the Spanish overthrew them. If it was one big happy family, I don't think they would sought to overthrow them. Do you think? They were ruling. And so everyone that were underneath them were virtually slaves. Okay. And a whole religion built around making you slaves. So how did Mansa Musa get so rich? Well, it's probably going around and stealing from every other location and converting them to some form of Islam. So Zimbabwe is last on our list. It says it dates back to the 10th century, though the 10th century is still too young. But let's see. Look, where's the 10th century? That's going to be about here, right? Wait. 10th century. No, it's going to be around here somewhere. 10th century. Zimbabwe. 10th century CE. Okay. Let me see. Let's do our little. What year was 10th century? 10th century BC. $10,000. Okay, so that was a 10th century. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I should have said CE. I'm sorry. CE. My bad. When was it? What was the year? Okay, 901 to 1000. So it's about here. Zimbabwe. They're saying Zimbabwe. Let's started here, but it didn't flourish until basically Mali and Songhai. Okay, so Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. Okay. Zimbabwe. That's 900. Should we write that somewhere? It's 900 to 1000 CE. So these are all young cultures, young civilizations. Okay. So we want to say Africa is and you could kind of see that this timeline is only meant to really include Africa and Europe, would you say? If America is all the way up here and we're starting with 2500, that's exactly where punt begins, right? So we're starting, this whole timeline was meant to serve Africa, right? Because they don't want to talk about what's going on in America up here off the chart. So we have punt here, and then all of this is where Africa starts to become a thing, and Rome is coming up after Africa and Greece, right? And also, well, we didn't do Asia, and I don't, we touched on Asia, the Mongolian Empire. And what did we find about the Mongolian Empire again? What was that? We did touch on the Mongolian Empire. Where is it? Okay, so their time. Let's just roughly get their time. We did say this already, but let's, okay, so they're around the same, here it is, right here, right? They're happening around the Mali Empire, right? It's all around the time that Islam, all of a sudden Islam starts, and then these empires are popping up, right? In Mongolia. Is that why they like to tell us that Mongols were here first? The Moors? Because look at that. The 13th, the 13th and 14th centuries is when Islam is really popping off as like getting the empire on, right? Pretty much everything is happening around the 13th and 14th century, not BC, AC or AD. So all of a sudden, all of this is the Mongolian Empire, right? Genghis Khan, you got the Khan, the Mansa Musa, all happening sort of around the same time, because that's how the Moors are basically spreading their influence. So, but here it's the same thing we have going on. How do Mongolians go back in time before they existed as a thing and come to start the Americas, but they don't do shit here in the 13th and 14th century? So we might as well put this under. We're going to put this right here, the Mongols. Actually, we want to make a different color for that, okay? Because they really want us to, no, it should be the same color. Why? Because it's the same basic group. These is just another conquest of Islam. Okay, so Mongolians, the Mongol Empire. Mongol, that's good enough, right? Mongol. They're in the 13th and 14th century we saw. 13th and 14th century, the exact same time that these two Islamic cultures, or this main Islamic culture, is happening. 13th, 14th, 13th. 14th century CE, very young religion. This Islam and Allah, very young. 13th and 14th. Okay, the Mongols. So again, we are being led to believe all of these late coming civilizations, they all started in America, and then they came out and built their cultures. So what we're going to say is, let's keep it simple. Life did not begin in Africa, neither did civilization. It's more likely that it all began in the Americas. I'm talking about life as well. See, Africa is, they're showing themselves up, because when we go with Africa's theory, what are they telling us? Look at this timeline. What can we deduce by this timeline alone? That life began in Africa, but everybody rushed to America, including the Mongols, just to get their foot wet and then come back to their respect. Why don't we just keep it simple and say, y'all started in the Americas and then you spread out? Well, some of you got kicked out, Moors, and then you start sprouting up other cultures, right? Isn't it the Moors that said that they created the white race? As crazy as that sounds, I'm not the one who said it. I'm just repeating from the horse's mouth. So all of these other races are being fostered by who? The Moors, right? But again, let's keep it simple, stupid. Instead of looking dumb by saying that life began in Africa, but we were so slow that we came running to the America to find a roadmap on how to start civilization, and then we go back to Africa and build these great civilizations. Let's just tell it like it really happened. The Moors got kicked out, and then all this other stuff starts happening. Then we got all the other land masses sprouting up empires, right? Let's just tell it like it happened. Life did not begin in Africa, because if it did, y'all was slow as hell. And then you came run to America just to say that you started America? You didn't start America. You did not start America. America started you. And this is what is being taken from quote unquote so-called African Americans. We're not African. Just like these civilizations aren't African. If y'all all saying you started in America, then all your civilization is coming from America. So you run from Africa. Let's just keep saying it till it sounds stupid enough to reject. You sprout up in Africa. You look around, you say, what a fucking dump. Then you run to America, get some culture, and then you come back and start Punt, Kush, Carthage, Aksum, Zimbabwe, Mali, Songhai, and even the Mongol Empire. We didn't mention Greece and Rome, but that's to be understood when we say Carthage, basically, you know. So again, you come to America, and then you build your great civilizations after coming to America? Or did you just sprout up from America, and then once we kicked out the Moors, then you guys got civilization, but the Moors are lying to you, telling you that you started in Africa, and then when the Moors help you rediscover us, they call us the New World. That's the Moors doing that, because they know damn well we're the old world. But again, why are they not telling it like it is? Because we kicked their asses out. It wasn't the Exodus that they tell us. It was the Moors being expelled. And didn't they say they left with all this gold? Where do you think they got it from? America. So we made it down this list of ancient African civilizations, right? And we found out it was all bullshit, right? Because the first thing on the list and the oldest thing happened in America. Right here. Again, let's go back. He found, Horace Butler, a hidden 3,400-year-old history in America. This is what his book is about. But then he has to turn around and tell the lie that this was somehow Africa didn't have. We just looked at Africa's civilization. They didn't have anything to bring to the America or to start anything in America. It was American Indians that started their own civilization. What sense does it make? What we're being told by Horace Butler, because he can't admit the full truth for whatever reason, boule all the way, shall we say, it makes us both look stupid. It makes Africans look stupid, and it makes Americans look stupid because you're lying about both of them. Why Africa looks stupid is because what the hell sense it make for you to run off your continent across a whole ocean and build a civilization there instead of on your own homeland? How stupid do you look? And then it makes Americans look stupid because what? We're just sitting here waiting for someone to civilize us? No, that's not what happened. So you by telling a lie, you punk both of us. Just tell the truth. I mean, look, I'm gonna thank the man for dropping at least one nugget while he misleads the world with the bullshit. The nugget is right here in this one his webpage or his page on Amazon. At least they're dropping the biggest thing that he's saying. The 3,400-year-old history in America. Okay? And when Columbus came, Brazil was known as America because Columbus, again, he never reached North America in any of his voyages. He only dealt with South America. That is, the Moors knew what was in South America. That is why they sent him to South America to basically terraform the entire South America with a Spanish speaking from Spain. The language they are speaking is not American, even though we created languages. It is coming to us from Spain. We were not speaking it. And so just like the Spanish culture is coming from Spain, not from the Americas. It's the Moors creating a whole civilization for their mulatto offspring so that they can have them come here and translate everything of ours into Spanish or just outright rename it. And all of a sudden it sounds like Spain was here before we were, right? Before the American Indians. No, they were not. As this timeline should show us that there was no Spanish here. When did Spain become a civilization? Well, it's when the Moors got there, right? And the Moors were not Islamic. It had to be in this period, the AD period, because that's when 1492 is around, right here, when between Mali Empire and the Songhai. No, it's actually after the Songhai 1400s. It's closer to the 1500s. So around here. Okay, we just see it right here, 1500. is when Columbus comes. So the Moors are teaching all through the time. Well, they didn't exist until Islam did not exist again till 610 AD, right? So from 610 AD to 1492 is when Spain was a thing. So that tells you right there were no Spanish in America all the way back here if the Moors are only raising them up over here, right? There was no Mongolians and there was no Spanish in America. Point blank, period. I don't even want to do the next slide, although I had another one. The mightiest. So let's see. We're gonna have to erase because I know I wrote all over it. Did I? Okay, but we'll leave it. We'll leave those highlights because some of these are the same that we already looked at. They just added a few that are still too young. None of them predate 3400 when America, again, do we keep referring to where America started? Horace Butler's telling us, but still trying to give credit to a nation, a continent that has no civilization. He's trying to say that they came to America and gave us ours when they didn't have any. That's not in, or getting ahead of myself. That is incorrect, Mr. Butler. Africa did not come to America and build this because they had nothing to bring, okay? So stop it with your lies, but thank you for a bit of truth, okay? Found the hidden 3,400-year-old history of America. Machu Picchu is in America, in Peru. Peru. And we're going to look at why it's called Peru today. So let's go to this other list of lies. Well, actually, it's the truth, but they're being lied about. Okay, so according to this list, these are the mightiest African empires of all time. This should be definitive, right? Of all time. So starting from the bottom and working our way up, here are the 10 greatest African empires. No, I'm not reading all the bullshit, okay? I'm not, okay? But here we go, Mansa Musa, the richest ruler. Yeah, maybe he went around robbing every other place that he could find, right? Where did his riches come from? Conquest, right? Okay, so the Kingdom of Zimbabwe. Now we're starting with Zimbabwe. We ended with Zimbabwe last. Now we're starting with Zimbabwe. Either way, she's still too young, okay? So they're saying the Middle Ages. They're saying around the, let's see. We begin our list of mightiest African empires with the Great Zimbabwe, a sub-Saharan African empire that rose to prominence in the Middle Ages. Also known as the Kingdom of Zimbabwe, the Great Zimbabwe started taking shape when people from the declining South African kingdom of Mapangwe moved into the southeastern hills of present-day Zimbabwe around the 11th century CE. So let's look at the 11th century. 11th century is going to be 11th century BC. That's the 1000. So it's right here. Again, it's right on the 1000. 11th. That's a 1000 11th century. Okay, so that's when they given Zimbabwe here. Well, ours was near. We had, what is it, 900? I think we said or the eighth. Yeah, it was 8th century. So let's write it because it's a little bit. Zimbabwe, the earliest we had was 8th century. 8th to the 9th, right? Okay. So that was the 700s and the 800s. 8th century is 700. But they're saying it's 10, they put Zimbabwe on this new list. They're saying it's smack here in the 1000 AD. Okay. Mightiest empire. Okay, so that's what they're saying. The Great Zimbabwe is said to have had its peak, have prospered from the 13th century to around when Mali became a big thing. That's when all these other empires are seeming to be great. I guess this is all that Mali had taken riches from. I don't know, including America. If we go with Abu Bakari, right? They saying Abu Bakari, maybe it was told in reverse. Maybe all those ships were bringing riches. Maybe those 2,500 ships took riches away from the Americas into Mali. How about that? Right? Because the Moors always knew what we were working with. It was the Europeans who didn't know. They didn't tell their sons, their mulatto children. They didn't tell them what was going on in America because they want to make it look like they were the greatest. You want to impress your mulatto son. You want to tell him, look, daddy's so great. Daddy's so powerful. Well, where are you from, daddy? Right here. I'm from right here. Well, what's that across the Atlantic? That's the that's the new world. They are uncivilized. Well, if we are, that's where the hell you came from, Moors. Right? If you tell the truth about your expelling. Nobody talks about the expelling. You don't hear the Moors say shit about that. And it only makes sense. That was when Akhenaten started making monotheism. So what is Islam? It's monotheistic, right? So it's a product of what Akhenaten was creating. So that's what Islam does not want to admit. They don't want to admit that they were kicked out because it's shameful, right? Okay. And they don't want to talk about their beginnings. So they're reaching for a past history that they won't tell the truth about because they need that history. That is why it's so important to denationalize American Indians and terrorize us in America constantly. So we don't have a chance to just sit down and think about our history. We're too busy fighting off police brutality, being the lowest paid in the work world, the last hired, first fired, that whole thing, being followed in the freaking grocery store, getting the rough deals with the insurance companies, getting no loans at the banks, can't catch a taxi in the city, the whole setup. Why? Because the Moors, they feel like if we keep them oppressed, they will never look and realize who the fuck they are. And we'll go skip around the world lying about who we are. Why do I reject being a Moor? Well, number one, clearly they're too young. I said this several times. If you're going to give me my ancient greatness, well, let's make it ancient, for God's sake. Why do I want to run around with the baby and talk about I'm the biggest thing, I'm the best, I'm the oldest? No. So that's why I reject Moors, because they reject most of our history. Next, it's the blood on their hands. Yes. From those crusades. Murdering people to force them into being what? Islamic? I don't want that on my hands. I ain't gonna be no more. I don't care if you think it's just a description of our skin. That's not all it is. And I don't want to have any part of all that it is. I don't know who would want that legacy of even to this day in Africa, it's not looking good for the darkies, okay? In these Islamic countries, it is the dark. First of all, it comes already with a caste system. Why is there a caste system in all of these ancient cultures? It's because the idea is those who would be the oldest bloodlines, we want them to be at the bottom everywhere, because we're trying to replace that old bloodline with our manufactured new genetically altered folks. So that's why the Moors or Islam, somewhere in there, they created a caste system. But where the lies fail, the caste system prevails. So what does that mean? That means no matter where you are, as long as you look like you have full blood, you're going to be oppressed. That's what the caste system does. It makes sure that those who would be the first on the land will be treated as the last. Okay? That is something that it can only be evident that this is a product of Islam or the Moors. It has to be evident. But the Moors know why that is needed, because you can't have any of these darkies talking about they're the first and then tracing it back and finding out that the Moors are frauds. How are they frauds? Because they're lying about even where they come from. Why? Because they were expelled. They don't want to talk about being expelled or why they were expelled. Because they didn't start out monotheistic. Now, you want to talk about us being one? Well, let's tell the truth about that. Okay, granted, you did start out. We were a people. But what happened is you started denying the ancestors. What are the ancestors? What are deities? Deified ancestors. This Moorish monotheism began denying our ancestors. And this was not flying with the ancient TaMERIANS. We didn't want to discard our ancestors, but the Moors did want to, because they were creating a new world order where the younger people of Earth will dominate the bloodlines that the Moors come from. But the Moors have already, at this point, set themselves at the top of the food chain, because they are relying on that ancient history, but they're not telling us where it came from. But they know that they were the first thing because they were one of us at one point, until they broke away, until they got greedy, until their priesthoods decided that why should we not have all the gold in the world, not just in America, but everywhere we go? You know, that is what this is shaping out to be. Okay, it's a form. This is where your ideas of a one world government are coming from. But it is at the expense of the most ancient traditions, because the most ancient traditions would have not approved of this new fandangled religion and this sin narrative. We did not believe that we were born in sin. That was the furthest thing from what we believe. Okay, so let's go down this list. Kingdom of Zimbabwe, we already saw that. So they're young, no need. The Oyo, now they have to come up with something completely that no one has heard of, but they're saying this is one of the mightiest. How did we not hear about the Oyo Empire? Well, it really doesn't matter, because it's circa 1910. That's Oyo Empire peaked around the 17th century CE. Here's your CE era, okay? This is not a BC thing. So they were here, 17th century. They were right before this 1980 Oyo. I've never heard of Oyo, but You got to grab whatever you can, right? This is way too young to be ancient, okay? But they're saying it was one of the mightiest. 17th century. All right, another youngin from Africa. How y'all feel about this youth? All this youth in Africa, huh? Pan-Africanist? Y'all want to go with the baby instead of the daddy? Y'all want to be the baby? Oh, okay. Then I'll be your baby daddy. All right. Because I'm not here for this, okay? I'm going back to the beginning. That's how I honor my ancestors. I don't cut them off for these new fandangled deities that you're creating with all this new religion. Oyo. I don't know. I've never heard of this. I don't know how it could be the mightiest, and none of us. Okay, if you heard of it, more power to you. I ain't never heard of no Oyo Empire. We should read this because I've never heard of it. Oh, was a Yoruba Empire. Was the most powerful Yoruba state. So that tells me that Yoruba is young. Okay. Well, that was interesting. The Oyo Empire had virtually collapsed due to decades of internal political strife and power struggle. Okay. Its advanced organizational and administrative prowess allowed it to justify its hegemony over the kingdoms in the Yoruba land. I don't know what that is. Okay. So that's the Oyo. Next, we have the old Ghana. We already did Ghana, right? So we know that they're the, what? Let's say 3rd century CE. Oh, the old Ghana Empire, also known as Wagadu, primarily relied on the trade of cola nuts, gold, and salt. Trading activities in the region was boosted following the introduction of camels in the 3rd century BC. Where did camels come from? I wonder where they got the camels from. But we already saw the age of the overtime. Okay. They kind of being funny with the timeline, but needless to say, 3rd century CE. Now, we didn't see them in the 3rd century, did we? But they're saying old Ghana. Actually, let me see. Old Ghana. I'm sorry, I'm getting them confused with the Mali. My bad. We didn't do Ghana. I apologize. So this we were doing Mali, but okay. Well, let's go with the 3rd century. That's around here. CE, 3rd century. Okay, this is old Ghana. Yeah, I had them mixed up with the Mali. Sorry. But it did look like, let me see. So if this is old Ghana, they're still very young, right? Compared to America. Old Ghana. That's a weird A, but we're going to go with old Ghana. 3rd century. This is very interesting. 3rd century. Okay. So again, I apologize. I mixed up Ghana with Mali, but okay, so they're the 3rd century. Okay, so that was the 200s, right? Old Ghana, but not quite old enough. Again, America's all the way up here off the chart. Okay. But it's saying they got boosted with the 3rd century CE. Well, they're still not really being very forthcoming with the date that they started, right? The old Ghana, they saying they got a boost in the 3rd century. So I guess they're trying to indicate that they're slightly older than the 3rd century. Okay. Okay, so you're not telling us. Okay. Over time, the old Ghana Empire would succumb to the might in the mid-13th century of the Mali Empire. So the Mali basically took over Ghana, the old Ghana. Did you know the West African country of Ghana, a former British colony, named itself in honor of the Ghana Empire? Oh, so the new Ghana is not the old Ghana. Okay. That's cute. Okay, whatever. Wait a minute. Old Ghana emperors. The emperors. I'm inclined to believe that emperors are only related to either the Roman Catholic Church or the Islamic Church. When you have an emperor, and I forgot who broke that down, what an emperor is, but they related it directly to the Catholic Church. Well, the Catholic Church is what created the three religions. Is what Walter Williams reveals to us in his book, his two books. The Historical Origins of Christianity was his first book, and then the Historical Origins of Islam is his second book. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so we're still dealing with youngins, right? And now we go to Aksum. The Kingdom of Aksum is often hailed as one of Africa's greatest empires. And they existed from around 100 CE. That's Common Era, not BC. So Aksum is very new, right? Right? Right. So they existed around 100 CE to 940 CE. However, some historians claim its origins could be traced way beyond 100 CE to the era of the Sabaeans, an old South Arabian tribe that lived in present-day Yemen. Okay, still too young. Okay, so Aksum, they having it about 100. Let's see if we could find that on our 100 CE third. It's a little before the old Ghana, right? 100 CE. So if old Ghana is 200, then 100 be right around there. Okay, and what is this? So this is another date for Aksum. See, now the first one said Aksum began in 400 BC, but this one is saying Aksum was actually 100 CE. So I'm going to put my money on 100 CE because I know how desperate they are to be old when they're the babies. Okay, so they like to be in this old time frame, but we just read that the mightiest Aksum was 100 CE. Still way too young to be part of the uniting of Upper America and Lower America. Okay, the two lands. Egypt was always called what? The two lands, right? That is not happening on the continent of Africa in that Egypt. It's just one landmass. There's no reason for them to call the Upper and Lower Egypt Upper and Lower Egypt because it's all, part of Egypt, right? One landmass. In America, it would make sense that there's an Upper and Lower Egypt because there's two continents, right? All right. So we've solved that riddle, right? So now let's look at all. We have Punt coming in at the oldest, but not quite old enough, 2500 BC. Kush is next at 1069 BC. Carthage is around 800 BC. Aksum is questionably 400 BC, but then on this other chart, they said there was 100 CE. So they don't quite make it, it's questionable. Ghana is next in the 3rd century. What's next? Zimbabwe is next. Then Mali and then Songhai. We have the Oyo, and the Mongols come in at the 13th. So again, these Mongolians that came to America, they just, as soon as they was born, they go running from Mongolia to America and live in America, and then later on come back and build a Mongol empire. That's what we're supposed to believe. Okay. No, that's not, that don't make no sense. Okay. It makes no sense. Okay. This makes no sense. But that's what they're all doing. They're all stepping their foot in America to say that they're American, and then they want to say that America is the new world. Okay. So that's the joke about it all. Y'all running to get to the new world to found your old world. Okay. Oh, okay. So Aksum is 100 CE. What's next in the mightiest? Oh, the mighty kingdom of Kush. What I really liked about this is that they're saying it was Nubia. Now, there's a train of thought that they try to tell us that the Egyptians in Africa came out of Nubia. Well, how could that be when Nubia and the kingdom of Kush was only around the 11th century BCE? After gaining its independence from Egyptian pharaohs around the 11th century BCE, the Nubians would go on to last for about 1400 years. So are we not giving them a time frame? We're just going to call them see, I think they're trying to avoid saying how old they are, but the other list told us that when Kush started, where that would be Nubia. So that's what I liked about this list. It told me what Nubia was. So Kush is being called Nubia, basically, until they were booted out of Egypt by the Assyrians. Oh, whatever. Let's see. Let's see what the kingdom of Kush. 1069. Okay. So on the list, they were after Punt. The expelling took place between these two. Okay, I should make another mark here because it is around here that we expelled the renegade Egyptians from ancient TaMeri Egypt in America. So let's do a highlight. We'll make it a red one because that's, it was somewhere around let's just roughly say here. At this point is when they are expelled. So Kush begins after the expelling. Now Punt, they're saying, was existence before that. It's neither here nor there. I mean, we're gonna call it Africa because they said it was in Africa, but still, they didn't have an Egypt in Africa at this point. The Egypt in Africa starts from this point forward. So that's why Egypt is called the oldest thing in Africa, but it started here on the continent of Africa after the 1550s BC. Okay. So some Egyptians or TaMERIANS I shouldn't say some because are expelled. It's really Akhenaten and that dynasty with the Moses are ex. Oops, what am I doing? Come on, come on, come on. Let's not be too jiggy with it. Okay. Are some Egyptians are expelled. Ooh, come on, give me an E. Expelled. Ugh, sorry, electronic writing is not the greatest. Expelled. With Amen priesthood. Amen priest. And Akhenaten, we should say. With Amen priesthood. This happens here. And then Africa starts to have their different civilizations. After we expel those who would end up becoming the Moors, they would become basically Christians and Hebrew Israelites after this expelling. Okay. But when you look at this timeline, just know America is here and before 3400 and before. All from about here, punt, where the timeline begins with 2500 right here. This is all Africa, Europe, Asia, everywhere else outside of the Americas. This is all happening, including the Mongols. Okay. And what can we say about the Mongols? I believe it said they, let's see. I believe that includes okay. Larger Mongolia and East Asia, stretched from the Sea of Japan to parts of Eastern Europe, extending northward into parts of the Arctic, eastward and southward into Indian subcontinent. Attempted invasions of Southeast Asia and conquered Iranian plateau and westward as far as the Levant and Carpathian Mountain. I want to see if it included not just Japan, but it looked like, yeah, the Sea of Japan. It's straight from the Sea of Japan, right? Maybe we should look at this. So that's Mongolia. I believe that's China is included. I believe, right? Well, we have to look. We'll take a look. Well, let me see this. Hmm. Um. Okay. They don't. They're not showing the names, but It's all one landmass, basically. Japan, China. It looked like it's all, no, here's Japan, right? So China would be here somewhere. So Japan is a little farther east than wherever China is. There's Japan, so this has to be China, right? Here's Japan. So the Mongol dynasty surpassed China and went into Japan. Okay, that's what I think we saw. Okay, so I think let's go back. Okay, so Kingdom of Kush, still young, 11th century. All right, the Benin Empire. That's spanning from the late 12th century CE. Okay, so late 12th century. 12. Okay. I would say it's 12th to maybe be around here. Benin. And that was 12th century. Benin, 12th century. Okay. Okay. So, okay, so let's go back. Benin from the spanning from late 12th century. Okay. The Mali, we already, oh, here's the dude mesmerized by gold. You see? So this is the first really major Islamic civilization, I would say, and most famous for its extreme wealth. Yeah, look, see, that's what it was about. It wasn't about Allah or nothing like that, right? That's what he's holding is what he was about. I'm inclined to believe that that's what he had masked, right? All the wealth, right? Come on, let's not play. I mean, look at the picture before your eyes. This man could have been praying. He could have been doing something spiritual, right? Gazing at a piece of gold says that kind of says it all. You don't think? Is it just me? That's what Mansa Musa was about, right? Right? That's what they're depicting him as anyway. Because this is what was important to these people, right? That's what it was all about. Was it more about spreading the religion? Yeah, that was part of it. But when it all breaks down, this is what is he is in awe of. This is what he's holding up. This is what he's admiring. Right? He's not, we don't see him praying or nothing like that, right? Well, yeah, he's praying to that piece of gold, right? Get me more of this shit, right? So that's Mali, 1235 to 1670. They're saying they came to America in 1306 and 1311. Probably all them ships was bringing all our gold back to him, right? Mm-mm. Okay, so that's we already have that on our list. What's next? Punt. Okay, so now Punt is being given a very old date, right? Commonly held view is that the kingdom's origins date to around third millennium BC. Third millennium. Third millennium BC. Let's see. When was the third millennium? Okay, let's see. When was the third millennium? It was the third when okay, third millennium BC. When okay, when oh boy. When was third millennium BC? Let's see, when was that third millennium? So they're giving it a very generous date. That's not what the first one said, right? So they have 3000 BC, right? Okay. Uh it's old, but not 3400, which is older. So they're giving her much more generous. They get punt is really something, huh? But I think punt is strictly a biblical word, you know. So yeah, punt. Okay, the third millennium BC. Now there was no Egypt in Africa at this point. If we go with Horace Butler's book, so punt is well, I guess Africa big deal or oldest deal is punt, but still not older than America. When two kingdoms are united in 31 50. Okay. So let's just do the math. 3150, it's 150 years, I believe. 31. Okay, the difference, yeah. I'm not great at math, but 3150. Oh, let's do 34. 34. Uh, so 400 years, right? Between America and Africa's oldest civilization, with America's being oldest. If we go with this date, which seems to not be what the first list said how old punt was, right? So this is a more generous leaning for toward Africa. So 400 years earlier than the kingdom of Punt, America had its Egypt, right? Okay, so let's go with 3150. 3150 minus. So it was 150 years before this that Narmer united the two kingdoms. 150 years before this alleged date for the kingdom of Punt. Yeah. So let's see. The commonly held view is that the kingdom's origins date to around third millennium BCE. Punt was located, some scholars suggesting, present day Somalia, Ethiopia, and southeast Egypt. Well, there was no Egypt in Africa at this time, right? They got expelled around 15 after 1530 something BC. So this is 3000 BC. That's like 1500 years before there's an Egypt in Africa, because the first Egypt is in America. That's what Horace Butler's telling us. Okay. Okay. So here we're getting a old, let's look at the original date of punt or whatever. Let's go. Okay, so in our first, they gave it 2500. It was established. The kingdom was established 2500 BCE. But now they've just added another 500 years and saying it goes back to 3000. I kind of want to go with this because I know that the idea is to make Africa old. So we want to go against that narrative and just suppose that it's much younger than they're saying, because all the other places are, this is just a young continent, y'all. I'm sorry, it's younger than America. That's why we're saying that America is the true old world, because look how old Africa is. Look, I mean, just feast on it yourself. Okay, that's all Africa. All her great and mighty kingdoms are all in, we just put it on this chart, right? And it's all coming after America. Okay, so Kingdom of Punt, they saying it's third millennium. Okay, whatever. Carthage, well, this is going back to the 8th and 9th century, which is like 700 C. Wait a minute. You're saying BC. Okay. Okay. Carthage is from 8th century or 9th century BCE. Okay, let's see. Carthage. Okay, that's about right. So we have Carthage around 800 BC right here. So that's right. Okay, so that's right. Yeah. That would be correct. So according to, oh, wait. Okay, so next, Songhai. We already did Songhai. And one of my versions of this video, I said that pyramid looks like it has the corona spike proteins on it. We don't want that here in America, right? So Songhai, okay, from the 10th century. Okay, CE, young. And that is our list of the 10 mightiest empires, Punt being the oldest that they can find on both lists, Punt. But again, when you use that term, basically you're going biblical with it. And I think we have to realize that the narrative of the Bible more or less gives credence to an older Africa, which we just debunked that Africa is older than America. So we can safely say that if Africa is known to be oldest, then anything after Africa can't be older than Africa, right? Like Mongolia, China, Japan, right? Because that's why we're doing Africa, because that's the big dog we have to deal with. That's the one that's trying to take our legacy. So that's the one we have to worry about, because Africa is trying to say that we are one and the same. Not exactly. Not exactly. Because you're lying about your Egypt. You're not telling us the truth. Brothers don't lie to each other, right? And as I said in one of my videos, if we are one and the same, it wouldn't matter that Egypt started in the Americas, right? But because we are at enmity with Africa, they are lying to us. Who would be the ones to tell us the truth about their continent? That would be Africans, right? We're not going to put the onus on Europeans, right? We're going to say, even if European was lying, Africa could still stand up and demand and command and tell the truth. But she's not doing that. So Africa is riding the lie that she is older than we. It's a lie. It's a lie. A big fat lie. But Africa's not telling us that. So what does that tell us about how Africa feels about America and American Indians? It's a jealousy going on, you would say, wouldn't you? I would. because you don't like the fact that your Egypt is not the first Egypt. So you like the world believing that everything started in your continent. But if they look at this timeline, they're going to have to wonder, well, who the hell made up that lie? Okay? And that is what we really wanted to do today with this video. To show that the oldest dog in the world is actually younger than the true old dog in the house. Okay? Woof, woof. Okay? That Africa is the daddy baby. Okay? Nothing on Africa's continent is older in terms of civilizations than what we had going on in the Americas. Stop the lies. Africa, somebody on your continent knows this, right? Between all your African leaders. But what do they get a payoff by telling the world that they're the oldest, huh? Must be, because ain't nobody jumping trying to tell the truth, right? Yet they want us to be African Americans so bad, right? They don't even talk against that, really. Why? Because you need our history. That's why you want to be us to be African American, so you can partake of our birthright. But we're not sharing. We're not sharing. We're not sharing. At this point, we're not sharing. Because it's time for us to own what belongs to us, and we can't share it because those who could have told us the truth refuse to tell us the truth. Just coasting on a big lie. And they got all the other nations thinking that they are older than us and you're older than us, and everybody's just, America's just the baby. No, no. And what does that tell us about our religion? If we are the oldest thing on earth, what does that tell you about a religion that includes copper-colored deities that look like that? On that note, we want to break down Peru. Horace is the Greek version of his name, which is Peru. That's his American TaMERian name, okay? So how does that break down? Let's go right here. So the prefix per is the hieroglyph for house, okay? There it is right there. This is it right here. It's like, looks like a floor plan because it's denoting a house, right? Per combined with an associated personal name, god, or location becomes the house of. So if we take per and put it in front of this deity's name, which is Heru, that would look like this. Per or per plus Heru equals Peru. What is Peru's telling you? It is the house of this deity, an ancient Egyptian deity's house is in the Americas, in Peru. This is his holy city, which is in Peru. They're calling it Machu Picchu. But this is also known as Jerusalem. The monotheists called it Jerusalem. It was originally Jerusalem. Okay? Salam is that, what does that mean? Peace? Heru's peace? I gotta look what salam means. But needless to say, Per plus Heru equals Peru. Let's look at the hieroglyph. This is the hieroglyph, which sounds like Per, right? So again, Per or Pre-R or P-E-R is the hieroglyph. We used hieroglyphs in the Americas. That's where they originated. Okay? Per is the hieroglyph for house. This is what it looks like, right over here. This is what it looks like. It is the hieroglyph for the word house. Per combined with an associated personal name, god, like Heru, or location becomes the house of. So we're going to look at some examples of that. Per Atum is house of Atum. Per Bast is another god or goddess, house of Bast. Per Jet, a type of early Egyptian tomb. Okay, so I don't know why I highlighted that one, but okay. Per Hedge is house of silver. Per Nebu is a house of gold. So those are examples where per is showing you a house of, okay? And when we put it in front of the deity like this, it becomes this landmass. So why is there a place in the Americas named after an Egyptian deity that no one talks about, by the way? There's not a lot of talk about Heru. Why? Because he is the god that fought for our legacy in our ancient TaMerian spiritual system. He fights the forces of his wicked uncle called Set to win our legacy. So what happens? Set wants to be the king of TaMeri or Egypt, but he can't be because there is a rightful heir, which is the son of the king. Basically, you could call the American male Negro the son of a king, right? So this is our legacy. This is our birthright as American Indians. If we go back to ancient times, I'm talking about circa 3400, right? That we just looked at. That is the earliest known civilization on the planet. We debunked Sumeria, right? Well, let's do it one more time because sometimes we forget how we debunked Sumeria. Okay, this is an article from the Journal of Creation. There's volume 31, issue 4, from December 2017, pages 61 to 67. This is creation.com. So this is actually a biblical point of view, right? And so the name of this article is Perspectives on Ancient Chronology and the Old Testament, part 1. So in this and a subsequent article, I outline first the conventional schemes of ancient chronology for both Egypt and Mesopotamia, or Sumeria, to serve as starting points for discussion and revision. Then I offer some preliminary observations in regard to correlations of scriptural clues with ancient history and chronology. Okay, so let's go down. We're going to go down to the meat and bones. What is she saying? She's saying, like we found out, early dynastic period of ancient TaMeri. Now we're talking about Upper and Lower America. North and South America had a kingdom that started in 3150. Okay, that's the dynasty period. That's the first kingdom on the face of the planet. Okay, in America. Narmer. Here he is. Narmer, Dynasty 1. Narmer. Anything coming after him is based on his throne, okay? I'm talking about anywhere on the globe, okay? This is where the seat of the monarchy began. If it's a legitimate monarchy, it relates back to this kingdom, this dynasty. The first dynasty. Okay? This is interesting because Dynasty 2 was set. I didn't see this before. But this would be actually where we are. If he's under set, that means he's going with the uncle. I'm guessing that Horace is his son. Heru is King Narmer's son. Hor-Aha might be a way of calling Heru, which is the first heir. This is the person that he's representing, Set, which was the one that should not be the rightful heir. Okay, but man, if he's starting as early as the second dynasty, kind of scary, huh? But anyway, that we're not talking about that right now. What we want to focus on is this date right here, right? So that's what we have for ancient TaMeri in America, ancient Egypt in America. We want to go down because there's all our different kingdoms or whatever. Now, the new kingdom, this is where Akhenaten, having expelled Hyksos rulers, this period saw Egyptian expansion to Africa. Okay, that's what they're gonna, then they go to Nubia once they're in Africa. Okay, this is where you having expelled, see an expelling take place, though. That's the people who wanted to change the religion. This is Amos, not Moses, but Amos or Tutmos, right? Here's Akhenaten, the heretic. Now he takes what these two were doing into hyper spare and into the hyper quickness or whatever you want to call it. And he's changing, he's getting rid of all the deities that we knew, and he's creating a sun disk that doesn't have a face and does not look like, in other words, he takes away this body and changes it for a sun disk. Okay, so where were we? I done messed up now because I moved. Okay, so where were we? Okay, here where we were. Okay, so we're not really getting into it, but this is where the Moors are starting at 1570 BC. Now they're not, there's no Islam yet, but the breaking away from tradition starts here with the expelling of this 18th dynasty. Yes. Yes. The expelling of Akhenaten and the Amen priesthood. Okay. But anyway, as we said, we just concerned with our beginning in America before we expelled them. So here's 3150 when the two kingdoms are united. And when does Sumeria have a kingdom? Right here. This is Mesopotamia. She dates back to 2900. That might be where Set began. Okay. Because as we saw, 2900, I'm sorry, I am going off a little bit. 20, yeah, Set. Set goes from at 2890, which is basically 2900. And he starts to create a new people that start their kingdom in 2900. These are Set's people. I want to say it that way. But regardless, Sumer starts in 2900 BC. So Sumer is not older than ancient Egypt, TaMeri, America. So there's no Enki, no Enlil, none of that mess don't exist when ancient TaMeri is uniting her two kingdoms at 3150. If we go beyond 3150, we'll go to 3400, right? Then that, okay, I should say that. If we go beyond 3400, there's no kingdoms on earth, okay? So don't let anyone tell you that there was an ancient civilization in Atlantis. No, no. Well, that's underwater now. So what's that? A sea jurisdiction. I just think Atlantis is a way of talking about how they drowned America in a sea jurisdiction when they created the corporation called the United States, quote unquote, government. That's when America sunk, because we were under a sea jurisdiction. So Atlantis is just a way to call America a sunken place. Once we start the corporation that King James establishes on American soil, and it then becomes our government. It's almost like having McDonald's as your government or Amazon as your government. They're both under a corporate model. What is the bottom line? Profit, whether it be on the citizens or whatever else they acquire under their corporation. And what did they acquire? Well, under Manifest Destiny, Congress decided to go past the Appalachian Mountains into Indian territories or Indian lands, because we don't want to use the terminology of the crown, territory. We're not a territory of the crown. This is our homeland. So Congress decides that they want to spread west. But you see, the Constitution didn't have any clause about manifest destiny. So we didn't entertain anything in our Constitution that said that Congress had a manifest destiny to spread the corporation to all of our Indian lands west of the Appalachian Mountains. They were not supposed to go out past that. So everything that's on the west side of the Appalachian Mountains is unconstitutional. Those would be the territories, or the lands, I should say, that need to go right back to the American Indians immediately. Our Constitution did not give Congress manifest destiny status to expand on our land. They were limited to basically the 13 colonies. But even in the 13 colonies, they had limited space that they were not supposed to start creating their states. Okay? It's all a corporate franchise. Every state of states a corporate franchise. State of New York, state of Florida, state of Georgia. That's not the name of the organic state, the land, soil state. That is the name that the corporation renamed it. They made a straw man of New York State or Georgia State or Virginia State. It turned it into state of Georgia, state of Virginia. That is the corporate version of the state. So they spread their corporation even into the states. So anyway, say all that to say, there is nothing on earth in the real life version of Earth that predates ancient America's dynasty, the first dynasty, which started and was united by Narmer in 3150 BC. There is nothing, no civilization on the planet older than that. We just looked at all of them, okay? That could stand for all of them, because after Africa, it just gets younger from there. Africa is not the oldest. America is. If this doesn't show you, then you are blind. I have to just say it that way. If you don't realize what Horace Butler is telling us and how to break this information down, even though he's lying as he tells it to us, it's up to us to use our brain. He has to lie due to whatever oath he took and being boule as fuck, okay? Boule is the Black Secret Society, okay? Obviously, there was a Black Secret Society before there was ever a white one. Okay, don't get it twisted. So, if he's saying he found a hidden 3,400-year history, 3,400-year-old, he's talking about BC. And America, then there's nothing older on the planet than what is found in America. Okay? And I only brought this up because if we're going to go back to 10,000 BC, then there truly was nothing. And I looked this up because Walter Williams' book, it does say something about he saw the ancient records that reveal the world's most explosive secret. Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea in ships more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. They had built the world's largest cities in South and Central America and in Mexico. They had united those city-states into a nation that stretched from Brazil in South America to Mexico and into Africa. Africa was last. First it was Central America, then it was Mexico, then Egypt ended up in Africa. But what I want to point my attention to here is he says Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea in ships more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. 10,000 years. So we naturally think that he must mean that somebody came from Africa 10,000 years BC, right? But as we saw, nothing in Africa predates 3,400 BC. So where is he getting 10,000 BC, an African coming to America? So I had to break down that lie, because he's saying stuff that it's like he's just saying it, you know? But the part that's real is the part where he says we had built the world's largest cities in South and Central America and in Mexico. We had united those city-states under Narmer, 3150 BC, into a nation that stretched from Brazil in South America to Mexico and into Africa. What is that saying? America civilized Africa, y'all. Get real. We brought high civilization to Africa. Okay? I had found the writings that told how Egypt had built its most powerful empire, and it had happened in the Americas. I'm going to say the most powerful and the oldest empire in the Americas. Three of the world's most powerful religions had come out of America. Let's just cut to the chase. And now their most fearful secret was uncovered. More disturbing to some, I had gotten old maps that showed where the ancient Egyptian cities had stood in the Americas. Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by Moses or Tutmosis, explained that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians, not all of them, but the renegade ones that were looking for monotheism, they were forced to flee from the Americas. They had escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. That was not, however, the discovery the preacher was thinking of when he called my findings World War III. So Horace Butler showed his findings to a preacher, and the preacher thought, oh my God, you have World War III in your hands. He had seen the city that ancient Egypt had built in a mountain in South America. A city that ancient Egypt had built in a mountain in South America. It was this city that stirred his fears and his reluctance. The preacher was reluctant to tell the truth. Ancient Egyptians had named that capital city Heru. You're looking at the capital city right now. To keep alive the name of one of Egypt's founding kings. The city Heru was eventually called Jerusalem, then Jerusalem, and it had stood in the Americas. It was the presence of ancient Egypt's Jerusalem or Jerusalem in the Americas that kept scholars quiet and preachers fearful when I showed him the old maps and the ancient writings and the forbidden histories. There were others who knew the forbidden histories, even Christopher Columbus, well, he found out from the Moors, knew these secrets. He wrote that South America's Orinoco River flowed out of paradise, where Adam and Eve had lived. I was stunned to see that Columbus had promised he would recapture Jerusalem when he reached the Americas. You're looking at Jerusalem, what they call Jerusalem, on the screen right now. That is an ancient TaMERIAN Egyptian city. This is the capital city of Peru. Okay. And so that said, and we broke down how Peru breaks down. House of Heru. There he is, Heru. My namesake, I named myself Heru, the copper-colored god, because that is Heru, a copper-colored god. There he is right there. Okay. So what did I want to do from there? Okay, we talked about Narmer. Yeah, I don't think, what did I have here? I know I wanted to play. I wanted to play some of Horace Butler's video here. So let's listen, okay? I think this is the short one, but let me see. Actually, no, it's this one. Let's play part of this one first. And we're going to break down how Horace is kind of being misleading, okay?
Greetings, beloved family, and thank you all once again for joining us here this evening on Occult Science Radio. I am Curtis.
Fair use, fair use. If the volume is low, it's beyond my control, but I've turned it up as loud as it can go. I don't believe we're going to play the whole thing. We just want to hear some of Horace Butler, how he opens his argument, perhaps. We already saw the evidence, right? We see how old Africa's civilizations are, right? One comes very close, Punt, but Punt is a biblical term, and I believe we have to be careful when we use biblical terms, because that's sort of, creating a narrative of Egypt in Africa. But let's listen. Fair use.
AKA the Illuminated One. And tonight we have with us a powerhouse, okay, who I've been chasing for a very long time, a brother Horace Butler, who wrote a very groundbreaking book, When Rocks Cry Out. And for those of you who have not had the privilege of reading that book, I suggest you get it ASAP. Believe me, you're going to come across some information in that book that they did not teach you in grade school and they didn't teach you in college. Okay, so that's why we have to thank the universe for, I call brothers like this a prophet. Brother Horace, are you there?
Curtis, I am here.
Welcome home. Make yourself at home. You are officially a family member. And we have so much to cover. But, brother, being that this is your first time with us, before we get into the real good stuff, just give us a brief background on yourself and what led you to where you are now, and what led you also to write such a great book.
Well, let's start with the writings. I think that's what the audience would be most interested in. I'm pretty much a common man myself. I can't say that I went looking for this. In fact, it was almost as though the writings were manifesting, and I happened to be at a place that saw some of the things coming to the surface. Channel 13 in this area, CBS, had run a documentary called The West. And it was a documentary talking about the western part of North America. And I saw that, and I sat straight up on the bed when I heard them mention blacks that were in the West. And they were calling the blacks the Kali. And I'm imagining Kali or Cali. And that got my attention. And I went looking for this nation of blacks that were in the Americas in the 1500s. They were talking about the conquistadors as being the ones that seen this nation of blacks. So I went looking and found books and writings and illustrations and maps that had nothing to do with the college, that had everything to do with what blacks had been doing in the Americas from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years from the time of the foundation of Egypt. That surprised me to see writings that were showing Africans coming across the seas into the Americas and forming Egypt, what became known as Egypt. They did not call themselves Egypt, in the Americas. And when I say Americas, mostly I'm talking about Central America and South America, though there were cities and communities in North America.
Just want to stop, because that is what everyone has to say. They have to say everything came from Africa. But we just looked at the timeline of Africa, and what did we come up with? We came up with this. So Africans didn't build anything in Africa, but immediately run to America to build Egypt. when there is no Egypt in Africa? Make it make sense. It doesn't. So there he goes again. It's like he has to say it. I believe that is the only way that you will be able to even speak and be heard. You have to tell the lie, even if you're going to tell the truth. You gotta you have to preface it in a lie. So he's just insisting on saying Africans came, Africans came, Africans came, Africans came. He's calling American Indians Africans. That's what he's doing. He's going with the idea that we really are African American. But as we know, that was a reclassification that happened in 1988 when Jesse Jackson all of a sudden called us African American. Before that, what were we? Colored, right? Which is a derivative of copper colored, right? So Horace Butler is using code words to appease the system that insists that life began in Africa. But what, again, when we looked at the timeline that we just looked at, what? Africa is the first African baby is born, and as soon as she can walk or he can walk, they leave the entire continent for America. How the hell do they know America exists? This is a time when we don't have all these maps, right? So Africa, what we're being told is the first person that was of sound mind and body in Africa just completely discards his own landmass, heading for a place he does not know exists to create his biggest civilized. What sense does that make? But let Horace Butler tell it, and your brain will just fall in line with the bullshit.
Into the Americas and form with what blacks have been doing in the Americas from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years from the time of the foundation of Egypt. That surprised me to see writings that were showing Africans coming across the seas into the Americas.
What writings? He said he saw writings that was like 2,200 years before Egypt, right? Now we got to wonder, which Egypt are you talking about, number one? And we got to hold you to task about this writing, because even Egypt did not have writing until about 3,400, right? Okay, we might have to pause for a minute to look at one of our not so favorite timelines, this one. So homie just told us that he said there was a mention of 2,200. Did he say 20? Okay, if he said 22,000 or 2,200, because the earliest known hieroglyphs, I think he said 1,000. I think he said 1,000. 22,000. There was no writing in 22,000. What writings is he talking about? Writing began about 3,300 according to this chart. And we're going to basically accept that. It kind of goes, it's good enough. 3,400 BC is the earliest known hieroglyphs. So let's revisit, what writing is he talking? There was no writing 22,000 years before Egypt, okay? So he said he saw writings that Africans came. You're lying, man. Africa didn't have no civilization. There wasn't even no civilization in America in 22,000 years ago. There was no writing. So what writings did you see that said Africans came here? Is that what he said? Let's play it again. Maybe I'm not hearing right. Okay, let's go back.
And that got my attention. And I went looking for this nation of blacks that were in the Americas in the 1500s. They were talking about the conquistadors as being the ones who obtained this nation of black. So I went and found books and writings and illustrations and maps that had nothing to do with the college, but had everything to do with what blacks had been doing in the Americas from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years.
22,000 years? Okay, let's hear that one more time.
With the college that had everything to do with what blacks had been doing in the Americas from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years from the time of the foundation of Egypt.
Okay, the foundation. That's the word we need to call his bullshit, because now he is most definitely talking about when Menace unites upper and low. So he's saying 22,000 years before this is when Egypt was founded as basically as Egypt. It was when Menace united North and South America. This man just said he saw something that talked about 22,000. Now, mind you, the earliest writing is here at 33 BCE. So these numbers that you see here, 200, I just want to show that 200 years after their writing, TaMeri, America, has a kingdom, a united kingdom. In Sumer, where we're being lied about what they have, their writing is, or their kingdom comes over 1,100 years after their writing. From our writing to establishing kingdom, 200 years. From their writing to establishing the first kingdom, over 1,100 years. What did they do with their writing for over 11? You know how long that fucking is? What were they doing? Drinking their milk bottles? Sucking on their pacifiers? Essentially, yes. This is a lie, y'all. That's all I'm saying. It's just something that's said. And then they want to say that they started agriculture before ancient Americans did. But we're concerned about kings, okay? We're concerned about when they had that high civilization where they have kingdom. Okay? The first kingdom was in the Americas. Way later, it happens in Sumeria. This is Sumeria down here. So they like to fill this up with filler. Okay, 7,000. They've been growing stuff for 7,000 years. Well, they're slow, is what you're telling me. Because everything up here happened within a relatively short span of time. From their agriculture to their kingdom, oh my God, what is that? Over 5,000 years, or a little under 5,000 years. From our agriculture to our kingdom is like 2,000, maybe 2,000 years, or 1,000. Let me see. Let's do the math. Okay, from our agriculture, this is how you got to break down the lies, man, and the misleading, you know. So okay, so 4,500 minus 3,100. Okay, 1,400 years between agriculture and the first kingdom. Let's see their agriculture. 7,000 years minus 2,350. It took them 4,650 years from their agriculture to their first kingdom. So they're a very slow culture. That is, they don't learn very quickly. It takes them a lot more time to get done what is done in America, if this shit is even true. My idea is it's not even true. I think the writing is actually a number system. That's what I actually think. I think the Sumerian cuneiform is actually a number system and not a writing system. But I meant to go further than this. So we did establish that America's kingdom began in 3150 when two kingdoms were actually united, versus what we just looked at, Sumeria, Lower Mesopotamia or Sumeria, their kingdom starts in 2900. See, this woman is not playing. She's just going straight to kingdom. You see, for what with Sumer, they're trying to give them writing credit. But what's the real proof of your high civilization is the fact that you have a kingdom. And as we see, their kingdom is much later. So again, America has the first kingdom. Okay, 3100 versus 2900. Let's do that math. Now again, 3150, and the date we have here is 2900. Okay, 2900. 250 years later, they have a kingdom according to this chart. Okay, in Sumeria. So Sumeria is not older than America. Stop it. Stop with it. Throw Enki and Lil, all that. And when we call Tahuti Ningazita, that Ningazita is not his first name. Because we have a renaming thing going on. Okay? Because they're calling Ra Marduk, right? Well, Ra is his first name. Marduk comes years later. So which is his original name? Ra, not Marduk. And what is Tahuti's original name? Tahuti, not Ningazita. Okay, so I meant to show you what the writer had to say about what she discovered. So, and I showed this before. We're going to look at it again. She says the two tables do not really cohere with each other. On inspection, it is evident that the Egyptian state in America begins circa 31 BC, whereas Mesopotamian history begins at circa 2900 BC. Yet even secularists will proclaim that history begins with Sumer. The way around this is to appeal to various pre-literate cultures at each end of the Fertile Crescent. Nakata 1 and 2 at the Egyptian end. Well, we don't even need Nakata because all we got is Narmer. He's good enough, right? But anyway, she's saying something about they're adding pre-literate cultures, and that on Egypt's end, it's Nakata 1 and 2, and on the Mesopotamian end is Halath, Ubaid, Uruk periods at the Mesopotamian end, with periods stretching back through Chalcolithic, Neolithic, Mesolithic, and Paleolithic over many millennia. However, all these periods are based on dubious dating methods. What is she saying? She's saying let's look. Come on now. Oh, is that it? No, that's not it. When you see this kind of thing, that's dubious dating, okay? 7,000. You're just adding fluffer. She said we're seeing that clearly the kingdoms began here and here. All other stuff is dubious dating. You know, adding agriculture or any pre-literate. In other words, before writing. Anything you're saying before writing, pre-literate. You know, and even here, before hieroglyphics, it's pre-literate. So they are dubious. she's putting her money on when the kingdoms begin. Here and here. And which kingdom was first? This one. All the other stuff is just some kind of attempt to make one civilization, Sumer, older than the true old civilization. That's what she's saying. And I happen to agree with her. All these periods are based on dubious dating methods and correlations and evolutionary assumptions, which I will not discuss here. She don't want to waste her breath. The two tables do not really cohere with each other. On inspection, that what she means is I think what she means is if you're gonna date something with kingdoms, keep it on kingdoms. If you're gonna use writing, then just use writing. But don't try to mix and match to make one seem older than the other. That's what I was thinking when she said they don't really cohere. But she also means it doesn't go with history. Like, in other words, the Bible is not necessarily going with history or whatever, you know. On inspection, it is evident that the Egyptian state in America began circa 3100 BC. Well, we want to say 3150, okay? Because that's what her chart says, 3150, right? Let's go back up. So even she's cutting off some time, right? Wait a minute now. Okay, so no, she's saying that, I'm sorry, she's using 3150. But see, that's where it's get a little tricky, because it is said that Narmer united two kingdoms, but she's saying that he united in 31. Either way, America is still first. Okay. So she's using 3100 when we have 3150 as the typical date. So she's saying this is typical, but this is not typical, because typical is 3150 is when he united the kingdoms. Early Egypt formed with two major kingdoms, Lower and Upper Egypt, which were often at war with each other. However, two kings are known for this pre-dynastic period: Scorpion and Narmer. The latter apparently being the king who united by force the two kingdoms. Narmer's successor, Horace, who also bore the Nepti name Men, seems to be Menes of Manetho's record, the founder of a united Egypt. Okay. Well, in other words, instead of 3400, I think she's going with 3150. And then she's saying 3100 is when the first dynasty was united. Again, either way, okay, so I didn't catch that before. Either way, she's still wondering, why is it always said that Sumer was first? Yet even secularists will proclaim that history begins with Sumer. That is, she's wondering why do they say that when it doesn't happen that way? The way around this is to appeal to various pre-literate cultures. So she's saying they got to add in pre-literate shit that are very questionable. All these are dubious dating methods and correlations and evolutionary assumptions. Well, one reason why it's an assumption, we could go with what Horace Butler just said. We just heard him say that 22,000 years before the founding of Egypt, Africans came. What are you basing that on? When there was no writing. What do you there was nobody writing anything in 22,000 BC. So what is he basing this idea that Africans came to America in 22,000 years before the founding of Egypt? What the hell are you talking about? This is what they do, though. This is how desperate they are to take our history.
The ones that sing this nation of black. So I went and found books and writings and illustrations and maps that had nothing to do with the college, that had everything to do with what blacks have been doing in the Americas from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years from the time of the foundation of Egypt.
So what is he talking about? If he saw some writing, right, that would have been the Spanish, because he's saying this was a friar that had, you know, a monk, basically a Catholic monk who had these secret writings, right? So someone of the Moorish background that's who reared up Spain, right? So somehow between the Moors and the Spanish who are writing about our American history, somebody done told them that Africans came here 22,000 years ago before. Sound like they got that from the Moors, right? Because the Moors are the ones that are what they call themselves, the custodians. So, you know, because American Indians can't speak for themselves, right? We need the Spanish and we need the Moors to tell the world about us, right? Meanwhile, they're lying to the world, telling the world that we are the new world in America, when definitely the Moors know better, right? So is it those that he's referring to that talks about some 22,100 years before, no, 22,000 years before the founding of Egypt? There was no, that was the freaking Stone Age. There was no writing that to say that Africans came here. How was they going to relay that message? What is it, a fucking oral tradition? Because it's an oral lie, if it is.
In the Americas, from eventually what I found going on more than 22,000 years from the time of the foundation of Egypt. That surprised me to see writings that were showing Africans coming across the seas into the Americas and forming Egypt, what became known as Egypt. They did not call themselves Egypt in the Americas. And
that is the biggest crock of crap that he's trying to push. What writing? There was no hieroglyphs in 22,000 BC. So it's something that the Moors done cooked up for him, but they wrote it through Sagahun, this friar, this monk. What was his name? Bernardo Sagahun or something. Let me see if I could let's see. I know they named this guy. Well, let me see if I can find his name. I know it's Sagahun, something like. Let's look, because it's right here. I just want to make sure, because this is what he's basing all of this on, but we have to understand that this is a Spanish writer. Let me see. It's not here. So where is it? I had something that named the writer of what he's calling the hidden histories. Sagahon. I think he said the name of the person was, oh wait a minute, here. Is it here? Okay. 16th century friar who followed Columbus, but he's not saying the name. I believe it's Sagahun. Okay, I was trying to get the name. Basically, it's a friar. We see it right here. A 16th century friar who followed Columbus into the Americas. Okay, so that the name of that person is, I believe it's Sagahun. Let's see. Okay, I'm not seeing a name, but let's finish.
And forming Egypt, what became known as Egypt, they did not call themselves Egypt, in the Americas. And without the Americas, mostly I'm talking about Central America and South America, though there were cities and communities in North America as well. I found the records in Egypt and in other places, ancient records, that were talking about what had happened in the Americas, a full history of what these blacks had been doing in the Americas. I saw them building Memphis in what we now call Mexico. I saw these being built in South America. And eventually I saw the place that preceded both of those capitals. Egypt, some people might know who delved very deeply into the history of those Africans. At first, started in another place that some records called This, T-H-I-S, This. And it was said that many went from This and went to Memphis and built Memphis. But long before that, we've got many at about 4,000 to 5,000 BC, but the records were showing Amen and Horace and Isis and Osiris and the other names that those are known by in the records. Maybe it said about 22,000 years before Alexander the Great. So that's a long way from Amen to Mene. But most records try to pick up the history of Egypt at Mene. They try to start somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 BC. Well, that leaves a lot of that black.
Okay, so he's saying before Menace, it was 4,000 to 5,000 years. Excuse me, before Narmer. Narmer is called Menace. So, and now I just heard him say something about 22,000 years before Alexander. So he might be talking, when he says 22,000, he could mean the Egypt in Africa, which that would make a little more sense. But if he says founded, where Egypt was founded, that was America. So, what I'm saying is that he's still talking about a period that is much later in American history, which is when he's saying Abu Bakari came here. That would be, that would be 1311, between 1306 and 1311 AD, so that is in the Common Era or the CE era. And so, okay. So I think he's talking about, when he says 22,000 years, he's referring to either Ramses coming to the Americas or Abu Bakari. And as we saw in the last video, as well as in this video, this is much later in our TaMERIAN ancient American history.
I guess we are known, or at least undated.
Fair use.
And from there, I saw the other histories unfold. Once you know that the Old Testament is coming out of Egypt and then taking Egypt city, those Africans that we call Hebrews, Well, once you have Egypt in the Americas and you have Hebrews taking the previous African cities that were called Egypt, then that means we have these Hebrews in the Americas as well. And that's what I found. I found those images.
Well, what we have was Hebrews being expelled. That is what you told us in your book. Now, let me see if I could find that here again. In his book, he writes it this way, which we already read. Now, understand the Hebrews would have had to be what those who were expelled were called, right? So he's trying to say that the Hebrews came back to the Americas. No, they didn't. That was Columbus. That's when we're getting anything that is monotheistic coming back to America. That was with Columbus. And he's forcing it on us. So we start out Christians, not Hebrews. But now when they crossed and they got expelled, they left, that's what we're calling Hebrews, okay? But there was no Hebrews coming back to the Americas. That was Columbus. All right. So I'm going to stop the share for now. I need to take a pause and be right back. We are back. I'm sorry, I needed to take a nature break. So let's go back to sharing our screen. Hope you're enjoying it so far. If you're having a hard time with it, I'm sorry. We've been severely lied to. We're being told that Africa is where everything began. But then why is she leaving her beloved land to start civilization in America? You can't be the first, but then want to run. Okay, so, and if she did do that, why is she calling America the New World? You feel me on that? So we have Horace Butler basically telling us that Africans ran from Africa and started Egypt in America. Then why are they calling America the New World? Why are they not telling the world what they did, Horace Butler? Now, Horace Butler, you are making the bold statement, speaking for Africans, but we know who you're really speaking for, right? The Moors, right? This is their fantasy island story about America, right? But you are speaking for all Africa. Now, Africa never told, mind you, Africa has not ever told us that she jumped off of her continent to build her first and most powerful civilization in America. She never told us this, right? Africa's sitting back saying, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is that Egypt was in Africa. That's all we know. But Horace Butler is here kissing Africa ass, right? Telling us he's speaking for Africa now. And when you see Horace Butler, he look all kinds of mulatto, right? But he's speaking for Africa, telling us that where life began, they immediately, as soon as they come out, wherever they came out of, they leave Africa and head for America. No one told, now who told them that America even existed, right? For them to want to make that horrendous trip across the Atlantic Ocean and not even knowing what's on the other side at that point, right? Because they were not seafaring all the way back in that time, 3400, right? No, they weren't. Not from Africa, they wasn't, right? So, but that's what he's telling us. He's saying that they skipped home and came to America to build the greatest African culture the world had ever seen in America. Okay, Horace Butler, the question is, how come Africa is not saying this and you are? Why isn't Africa telling us that they built their first, if you want to go with that? Because you know that's bullshit, right, Horace Butler? You know that what you're calling Africans are actually American Indians, right? Who were back then known as TaMERIANS, who were known to the world as Egyptians once the Greeks came on the scene. Right, Horace Butler? So I just realized Horace Butler is speaking for Africa, and I'm sure Africa, right, even today is saying, what the hell did he just say? Oh, he's telling us that we forfeited our land to run to America because that's how much we devalued where life began and where God created life and all of that. We disrespect all of that first creation to come to America and then help the world be convinced that America is a new world. But Africa came here 34,000 or 22,000 years ago. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it make sense? Because Africa was nowhere to be found when American Indians, back then called Egyptians, founded their own civilization, which spread into Africa afterwards. Africa is a child of America. Even if we go with the idea that she had Punt as her first civilization, which came still 200 years after ours, if we go with that version of whatever fantasy, she's still a child to America. Africa is a child to America. Again, Africa is a child to America. If our highest civilization is your greatest civilization, you are a child of America, Africa. And I don't know when any of your leaders are going to tell the truth. We have an American, Horace Butler, as far as I know he's American, telling us that basically your greatest civilization was started in our landmass. But he wants to give that credit to you, and you didn't even have a civilization at that time on your continent. What sense does that make? So I don't know how much more of Horace we're going to listen to, but it's just very interesting how he writes a book and then proceeds to basically go with status quo BS that everybody's saying. When in your book is asserting something so completely unfounded, but yet you still going with the stupid ignoramus version of that story.
Yeah, that leaves a lot of that Black history unknown, or at least undated. So I saw those things, and from there, I saw the other histories unfold. Once you know that the Old Testament is coming out of Egypt and then taking Egypt's cities, those Africans that we call Hebrews. Well, once you have Egypt in the Americas and you have Hebrews taking the previous African cities that were called Egypt, then that means we have the
They weren't African. They were American. They're not taking anything African. Okay. And again, I'm going to have to say, the only time we have monotheism coming to America is through Columbus. He was not bringing Hebrews. He's bringing Christianity. As far as we know, there were no Hebrews that came to the Americas. okay, outside of the story in the Bible, which trying to say that everything began in Africa, and that we were taken to Egypt again on ships, which we know that, well, we should know that that was fantasy that King James mustered up, because it's not in the Septuagint. The Septuagint doesn't say anything about Hebrews coming into Egypt again in slave ships. That was added by King James, apparently. Again, that's Deuteronomy, was it 28:68? Talking about arriving again into Egypt in boats. That's not in the original Septuagint. No, it's not. Okay, so the story that we have of Hebrews coming to America is in the Bible only. And even in the Bible, it is not what the original Septuagint says. It's a fantasy of King James, who had an intention to enslave American Indians in a very insidious indentured servitude that would lead to the creation of the United States citizen, who is a foreigner when American Indians are indigenous to the Americas. King James made us foreigners by lying and saying that we came here in slave ships. Deuteronomy 28:68 is a whole lie concocted by King James. That is not in the Greek Septuagint. Okay, so there he goes, Horace Butler, trying to use the Bible to tell history, and it just cannot be used for that type of history.
Hebrews in the Americas as well. And that's what I found. I found those images all over the Americas. I found the cities that they built. They had already been found, many of them. They didn't have their African names on them. Some of them were already being restored archaeologists, and they were just not telling you that these were the cities that were in the Old Testament and in the Egyptian records. I think secretly many of them knew this. So that would fit into the name of your program, the occult science. If it's hidden science, if it's hidden knowledge, that's definitely going to fit, because they knew that these cities were those ancient, classical, and even prehistoric, they called it, cities. So that's where it came from. I saw the record. It's been about 12 years since I found those first cities in the record, and have been working pretty hard from then to now to try to spread the knowledge. This is not the kind of knowledge that you're going to find coming out in USA Today, or Newsweek, or Time, or even National Geographic. I've addressed this with this, and it's just not a subject that they really want to address. I thought it was a racial thing at first, but I came to Facebook several months ago to see. I wanted to test to see what's really going on, where the intellect was, where the resistance was. And I found we have as much resistance in the black side of humanity as we do the other side of humanity to these systems. Blacks are not ready for their own history, especially when we start saying Egypt and the biblical histories are occurring, or were occurring in the Americas. They're not ready for that. So that brings us to today. That's where we are.
Yeah. We're not ready for it, but then they're not ready for your version of it. You need to come completely clean and stop calling American Indians Africans or African Americans. So that's why we're not ready, because you're still not telling the truth. Part of the reason why we're not ready is because you're still telling lies. You know, that's not helping us. That's why we won't be ready, because we're not being prepared for the truth. Thank you, Horace Butler. You drop a big bomb and then you go right back to business as usual. You can't do it, bro.
And for those who are seeking knowledge and trying to see what happened, we have that, and we're giving that. For those who just can't get it, then, that's another day for them. They'll eventually get it or not. And I don't bother myself too much with that battle.
I see. Excellent. And yeah, that's why I totally agree, Brother Horace, because many times, I just turned 48 years old, and I've been studying Black history and many things for many years. And when we talk about, when the brothers and sisters here in the United States, when we talk about our history, two things that we always attach to ourselves: ancient Kemet and slavery. And you're absolutely right. I find that many people, they to this very day still believe that Black people didn't touch Western civilization shores until we were dragged over here in slave ships. For some reason or another, many of them cannot grasp the fact that we were already here, and we were all over the place. And yes, to this day, you're absolutely right. That knowledge is still being resisted. People hold in their heads that we didn't see this part of the globe until we arrived on slave ships.
Yeah. Well, I eventually found that even slavery was a part of hiding the information. When Spain came into the Americas in the 1500s following Columbus, they knew what to do. We were taught in school that Columbus was trying to get to the far east and, some of the across the Americas and that kind of thing. That's not what happened. Columbus knew what was over here. The Crusades had already been coming to the Americas. I mean, once you have ancient Egypt in the Americas and David taking that capital city of Thebes and making it the Jerusalem, it was already a city that was close to that name. It was built to honor the African Heru, and they just switched the name just a bit. Heru became Jeru. But once you understand that Jerusalem was sitting in South America, then you have to understand that this is where the Crusades were coming. So they knew of the history in the Americas. They knew the Holy Lands were here. That's why they're always getting on ships and coming to the Crusades. You could walk from where they're calling themselves Italy and France, and you could walk to that place they're now calling Italy, but they were always in ships, because you can walk to the Americas from that Italy there. You got to get in ships. And when I would look at those ancient accounts, not ancient, when I would look into the medieval accounts and some of the ancient ones, try to follow them on their voyage, they would always stop at the ports. It would be that they were getting in the ship, and then it would be a series of periods or something showing that this text has been deleted or it's not there or not important. And then they would arrive at the Holy Land or at Constantinople, which was in the Americas as well. And then they would go to the Holy Land. Even when you would see these movies that were coming out of Hollywood, when they would address that part of the subject, they would say things like, well, to find your way to the Holy Land, to find your way to Jerusalem, go to where the men speak Italian, and then, get on the ships and then go to the place where they speak it no more, that kind of crap. But really what they were saying is they were getting into the ships at Italy, and then they were sailing across the Atlantic, and they were coming into the Americas, and then they were making their way to the Holy. So Columbus knew this, the churches knew this, Spain knew this. You know, the problem was not, we don't believe that there is a land over there. The problem was the last time they had come over with these armed forces, they had gotten so devastated and they had been defeated so well that they had stopped coming. They did not try it again. The blacks and the others here had said, you slaughtered us so mercilessly in your first crusade and in the others that we are finally at an end of you. So if we see you again, you know we're going to return the debt on you that you brought to us. And so a lot of the people quit coming to the Holy Lands of the Americas, and those became known as the Dark Ages, because when you're not in a land and you're in Europe, you don't know what's going on in the Americas, and that becomes a dark era. You don't know what's going on with the Holy Land. So, you know, that preceded Columbus coming over. So Columbus's battle with the churches was not that I know how to get to Japan or something. That wasn't what the conversation was. It was, okay, once you get over there, you know, if we're going to invest in this, how do we know that these ships are going to return, and how do we know that you know, this is just not going to be death, you know, that people are not going to just be killed once you get back over there. And so the secret order to Columbus was, okay, we want you to go to Panama, where Egypt long ago had started building the canal, because once we go over into the Caribbean to reach Jerusalem, we still have to get to the Pacific side so that we can get to that city in South America that is and was ancient Jerusalem. So his order was, get to Panama, see what the military situation is, see if we really can take that place. We want to launch one more crusade and try it one more time. And Columbus came into the island where we now have Haiti and the Dominican Republic and some of the others. And I guess he got a little afraid himself. He didn't come into the mainland, you know, and he kind of got addicted to the drugs and the women and the other things, trying to find gold. And eventually they sent soldiers to put him in chains and to bring him back to Spain, and to tell him you didn't fulfill the obligation. The obligation was for you to check the military situation at Panama. So on his fourth voyage, he made a beeline from Spain to Panama to check the situation, to check if it was in fact likely enough guarded that they could launch an invasion and take that place. And then he went to South America, didn't go into it, he pretty much stayed on those ships, but he made the strange comment when he got to the Orinoco River that's coming out of the northern coast of South America, and he says this river has its origin in paradise. It was one of the strangest things to be written by him. There was one of it, the stranger, that this one was strange, unless you knew that this was where the ancient cities and the ancient history had occurred. And he was right. The Orinoco River does originate in the mountains of South America, where Jerusalem and some of the other holy places were, and where Adam had lived. Adam, I want to say this. Let's hold this one. Adam.
No, this is a cult science radio. There's no whole bar here.
We'll bring him out later. Adam is in the Egyptian records. He is named in the Egyptian records very clearly. You will see him under the name Atum, and Atum becomes Adam. He is Amen. He is the founder of Egypt. That's your Adam of the Genesis account, of the biblical account. It's Atum, A-T-U-M, becomes A-D-A-M. He's the same guy. And it's Amen, under his several names of Amen and Amun and all of those. So when you get into the biblical records, you're going to get to Revelations 3 and 14. You're going to see a strange verse that talks about this man called Amen, A-M-E-N, who lived at the first of creation. Well, for you to understand that, you have to understand that Genesis is not talking about the creation of the world. That's a mistake that we thought Genesis is talking about. Genesis is a record of Egypt, of the African nation, the empire that became known as Egypt. These are the Egyptian priests writing the history of their nation. And that part was adopted and put into the biblical writings along with later accounts of what was happening in Egypt. And so they're beginning it at the formation of Egypt when Amen fled. That's why when Cain killed his brother, he's concerned that people in the world will kill him for the murder that he's committed. And it says that when he left this place, he went into a city and took himself a wife. Where if you've got Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, and now Cain has slain his brother, you don't have a city you can go to. You don't have a city of people. You're at the beginning, if this is the beginning of the world. But that's not what that's about. That's an African record about the history of the African civilization that became known as Egypt. Columbus and the churches knew that in his day. He talks about this river Orinoco coming down out of the mountains and saying it originated in paradise. The other strange thing that Columbus mentioned and wrote about, and Washington Irving put it into his biography of Columbus as well, is that Columbus would go around talking about how he was going to capture Jerusalem when he made it into the Americas. Now, some scholars who argue, no, he did not say that he was going to capture Jerusalem in the Americas. Well, we don't have any record of him going to the Middle East to try to capture it over there. He knew that it was over here, and he really did have these high dreams that he would lead the crusade that would recapture ancient Jerusalem. So when we talk about slave ships and that era, we have to understand that after Columbus, then they sent the armies back in. He had done some of the surveillance work to see where the armies were, some of them. And then they came in. Now, here's the strange thing. When you see Spain come in and capture Mexico, and when they write this history, when Prescott and others wrote this history of the invasion of America, they titled it The Invasion and Capture of Mexico and the Invasion and Capture of Peru. Well, if you look on anybody's map, you'll see how far those two lands are apart. And to find Peru, you really have to know something about the Americas because it's hidden in a mountain on the back side of South America. Well, wow, in a mountain and the other one. But when you talk about an invasion, and you're talking about capturing two places that are as distantly related as Mexico and Peru, that should signal you that something is going on. But that's exactly what was happening. They were capturing the capital, the ancient capital of Egypt, Memphis, that was built in Mexico. That's all those pyramids all over that place. And then they went and captured Jerusalem, the other Egyptian capital that had been seized in South America. So the clues are everywhere for you to see it. And it's open when you can.
Wow, this is powerful. I mean, I'm sitting here, and I'm in total awe because this is all very groundbreaking information. But I wanted to touch on something, brother, that you and I had been discussing just the other day, and just the information that you revealed then, just blew me away. You were talking about Delphi. And please, brother, that's what I have been wanting to lead up to because the little bit of information you dropped off on me then That's why I was so anxious for this evening to come, because I really wanted you to expound on that. Yeah, please, share your views and your knowledge on Delphi.
Okay. Before we get to Delphi, let's put in one thing, because if your listeners are like others who have heard this, they are sitting there thinking, wait a minute, there's a problem in all this. We've got pyramids on the Nile in Northeast Africa. We have Egypt there. Why would you say that Egypt is in the Americas when we can clearly see that Egypt is right here where these pyramids and the Sphinx are? To clear that up, you have to understand that there was an African civil war in the Americas. The biblical writings refer to it in their writings under the book called Exodus and some of those nearby. When these blacks revolted and had this civil war against the other blacks that were Egypt in the Americas, that tore Egypt apart. When you read what was happening in those wars and the killings, the outright slaughters, they will shame what's happening at Rwanda and some of these other places now. Or they will show you that those same kinds of horrendous things were going on in ancient times. And that's what was happening. And they had the upper hand. They were stronger under Moses and Joshua and some of these other African leaders. And they were winning against the African cities that were in Egypt. And when you read that they were going to destroy them to their very roots, was the understanding. Then those that were able got out of the Americas. They fled, that were running Egypt. And they went. They couldn't go to West Africa because that was one of the bases for the blacks that were known as Hebrews. They had made it to West Africa out of the Americas before they launched their attack on the Americas. So they couldn't go to West Africa. That was the strength. That was walking into the mouth of the lion. So they went around to the eastern side of Africa and formed a second civilization there, an offshoot of the one that had come here. Now, to be clear, the Africans who had formed the Egypt in the Americas had come from Africa to begin with. So the ideas that they brought to the Americans were already flowering in Africa. And when you look at Chep's temple on the Nile, the ancient temple there, it's clearly written when they talk about the expedition's front that Egypt's understanding was that they had come from a civilization that was on the eastern side of Africa where this expedition went to. And you can look at the animals that are being loaded on the ship in those drawings, and you can get an idea about where that place was and about where at least the Egyptians during the time of Hatshepsut were saying that they thought they had originally come from. So if the Africans from Eastern Africa had made their way into the Americas, and that became the beginning of the Eastern Americas, so be it. But now they had come back to the eastern side of Africa and started building that Egypt. So archaeologists will tell you, we see all these monumental buildings going on from the 12th dynasty coming forward. And that's exactly where I found the autobiography of Moses. It was in the 12th dynasty of Egypt. So it's all right there in the records for you to see what was going on and to be able to piece this thing together. Once they got to the eastern side of Africa, now you've got two Egypts. And eventually that Egypt came back in, got as strong as it had been at first, and we conquered its cities in the Americas. And you'll see those wars and those narratives from then on, where they're coming in, they're regaining, and then losing, and then regaining the Americas. Under Pianki, there is a very enlightening record left by that pharaoh. And you will see a part of Brazil still named for him. And people don't discern it. Here is Pianki's name, first and last, on these two large districts against the Atlantic coast of Brazil. Above the place is called Sir Egypt del Rey, which meant belonging to the King of Egypt. That still shows on the map too, Sir Egypt del Rey. So you have this land that belongs to Egypt, in South America that shows on the map. And then right above it, you have this huge area of land, 2 districts. One carries the first name of Pianki, and the second district carries the second name. But under Pianki, he says he came from that area over to Peru, and then he's leaving an itinerary of where he's going in this reconquest of the city. And he's traveling up through Central America in ships, and he's telling you where the cities are, the ancient cities are. And he's telling you where he's stopping and what he's doing. And eventually he makes it to Mexico, where Memphis was. And he left this record that tells you that when he got to Memphis, he just started cursing, because it was out on an island and they could find no way to attack this city that was out on this island.
On that note, I think we listened to a lot of him, and it's just, kind of all over the place. We need to be concerned with that timeline that we looked at earlier to know that, if anything, he's talking about Africans possibly have, that have, come here after we are already established as a kingdom. So that's all we are concerned about. All the little other things he's talking about is really neither here nor there. We just need him to admit that the first establishing of Egypt was not done by Africans, but by those who he are calling African Americans. And we weren't called that again till 1988, when Jesse Jackson coined it before Congress and all of that. Then it's like all of a sudden now we are African American. Did we vote on that? Do you see how we're being called things without our consent? And then it just somewhere in the law or legal world, it sticks in their publications. Now they're calling us African American. Did every single one of us get that memo? No, right? So that's exactly what's happening with Horace Butler here. He's using a misnomer as if it was actually us. And it's not. We're American Indians. And people like him should really, tell the truth. You tell him half truth, but why don't you just go ahead and tell the full truth? Okay. Same thing with this guy here. So the first Americans were Africans, he says. But then look how he parlays that information. We're just doing a synopsis. This is David Imhotep's book. And he wants even more money for this, where he's regurgitating basically, this is a synopsis of his book. The claim of an African presence in a new world centuries before Christopher Columbus arrived. Several other historical accounts support this claim. For example, the launching of the great ships of Mali in 1310. So Dr. David Imhotep's, the first Americans were, they trying to fancy it up here. That's not what his book says. He says the first Americans were Africans. He didn't say, let's look at it again. The first Americans were Africans. He didn't say nothing about Indians, but this writer is trying, we have to rewrite what our authors are saying to make it a little more accurate than they are admitting, So the first Americans were, and he's talking about this book, Dr. David Imhotep, that is this book, and that's the title. And here, where does it say Dr. David Imhotep? Where does it say? There it is, Dr. David Imhotep, right? So this doesn't say anything about Indians, right? But this writer had to get a little fancy. The first Americans were Black Indians of African descent. We were not of African descent. Because again, he's talking about his first example of Africans coming here. He's saying there's several. No, that we only found 2. One was Ramses III, and the other one was this one you're talking about, the ships All these 2,500 ships from Mali. What the hell was that fleet week about? Why so many ships coming to America? To create an illusion that, what? It brought a bunch of Africans here? No, it was us, American Indians. The expedition of the Mandingo King in 1311 and many others. Well, you better start talking about them others, because this one is very faulty. The unmistakable face and handprint of Black Africans in pre-Columbian America. No, they were American Indians. This is why we're being called African American, folks, because Africa has a interest in owning our legacy, but then she's saying that she's first, you know, and that we weren't here already. She brought us here, or how we got here is from Africa. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly show how they break down David Imhotep's book. And that's the example they give us. See, this is the star example of Mali. And that's only in 1310. It's too late in the game. This is not 1310. He's talking about Common Era, not BC. So I just want to show you that. From there, I think we're going to close now, because this was our main objective today, was going through here's 3 ancient civilizations you've never heard of. It doesn't matter, because we heard of Kush, but conquerors of Egypt, Kush and the Romans, the Nox civilization. Okay, but you see, this is not, the vast majority of terracotta figures have been found in Nigeria date back to 500 BCE. Okay, so that's still not old enough. 1500 BCE is not old enough. 500 BC and 200 CE is not old enough. So the Aksum, we did Aksum, so no. What is the date you're giving? 1st century BC. Okay, so that's still not old enough. Okay, so what is the 3 civilizations we never heard of? 3 ancient civilizations you probably never heard of. The Nok, that's what they're saying, Nok. So I don't know what it must be. Nok and Kush and Sudan. I don't know. Kush, Nok, and Aksum. We know about Aksum. So anyway, we this is just more youngins. Okay. No, they didn't mention Ethiopia, but Ethiopia, this is from South African History Online. Now this is Africa in publication. And what is it? The kingdom of the Ethiopian kingdom was what? Founded in the 10th century BC. 10th century, and we know that that's young, right? 10th century is somewhere here. Wait, no, would that be 1000 BC? 10th century. 10th, okay, let's look. 10th century BC. When was the 10th century? The 10th century. We just making sure. 10th century. Yeah, 1000. So yeah, so that's watch right here. So we talking about, and what was that again? Where were we? Was it here? No, where were we at just now? We were looking at Ethiopia. Oh, ancient Nubia. Okay, so that's Nubia. Kingdom of Kush. So they making up something there because Kush was not. The Punt was about 2,500 years old, not Kush. So that's some fairy tale. But yeah, the kingdom of Ethiopia was founded 10th century BC. Okay. So Ethiopia is young. You thought Africa was an old back to the Bible times, right? No. America is much more closer to what they would refer to as Bible times, right? This is all new, all new. So this is Ethiopia. Let's put Ethiopia. Young compared to America. Ethiopia. Now this is what they're saying the Greeks called these people Ethiopians. So they are 10th century BC, 10th century. Let's listen. Okay, so here's all your African great civilizations, and America is up here, and Africa comes after America. Okay, this is what Horace Butler here is saying. But we have to, clarify what he's saying, okay? Because he's not trying to really be forthcoming, So I think that's what we'll leave off for now. Thank you for staying tuned as long as you did. I just really needed to get Africa up close and personal in terms of this timeline to see, is Africa older than America? No, she is not. None of her civilizations are, in fact, older than ancient TaMeri. We might leave off on one other. Now, this is a shorter video from Horace Butler. Remember, we can't really trust Mr. Butler, but let's end on this last video with him, okay? Fair use. Let me share the screen one more time. And I want some things he said here I thought was worth hearing. And I think, what am I doing? Okay, is this it?
Pyramid on the Nile and Northeast Africa doesn't have stair steps going up it. It doesn't have triples on top of its summit. They could not go and break through the boat on the temples atop those great pyramids. There are none there.
Fair use.
And that was the clue that Egypt was writing about the Americans. And the deeper I got into the records, the clearer it got. They started actually saying, and because Amen loved that land so much,
Amen.
this is the love land.
He means Ra. The beloved.
Mary, M-E-R-I, Mary. And the land, of course, as before, is Ta. So you have the land, the beloved land, TaMeri. And they kept that name and just put the Ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became a Mary Ta. We simply say America.
Now, if you'll recall, I don't know if in my last video, I talked about how the priesthood likes to switch up the names by they take off the beginning of the word, the person, place, or thing, and they'll either replace it or they'll put it at the end of the word. So what he just said is that's what they did with TaMeri. They took Ta and put it at the end and made it Ka. So it was Amerita, but then it became America. But he's saying what they do. Why do they do that? My guess is that that's part of a word spell. That is a word spell. You going to begin to tell a backward history, right? Or a reverse history. So you reverse the word. You change it from TaMeri to Amerita, right? Just a way of, I'm going to put your land backwards. I'm going to make it backwards. And then I'm going to proceed to lie about it. Well, first of all, we don't want you to know that you're TaMeri. So that's part of the reason why we're changing the word, but it's also a word spell. But so I just want to show, I'm glad I showed that, because I want to show that this is what we're talking about. When you take a prefix and you make it a suffix, and that's what he just said. Let's play it again.
So you have the land, the beloved land, TaMeri. And they kept that name and just put the ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became America. We should say America. We kept the name that he just gave to the Americans. So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waltmuller made, and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time you reprinted that map, it was off. It was gone.
So basically he's saying the first Waltmuller, that $10 million map, he had TaMeri on the map. In the first version of the Waltmuller $10 million map. But then when the Moors, the high priest of the Moors and the Amen priesthood, decided to lie on America, they had to redo that map, and they changed TaMeri into America. Okay? That is the secret, he said, of the Waltmuller map. Well, you can't see that anymore because they've done away with it. But the Waltmuller map is the one that had America as TaMeri.
Oh, that's the name that Egypt had given the land, TaMeri.
That's what we called ourselves. Fair use.
So now I have Egypt writing about the Americans, but they go further. They don't just talk about we named the Americans. They said where it was. They said our founders, Amenemhat, Osiris, Isis, all of these. Of course, they use those other names, the Asa and the Aset.
Aset. So he's saying, he first says the Greek versions of their names, Osar, Isis, and Horus. But then he says the original versions of their names was Osar, Aset, and Heru. Okay, so needless to say, these are the oldest deities. If you go with where Egypt began in the Americas, and now we looked at basically all the great civilizations of Africa, so now we know what deities came first before any other of those deities, either in the Yoruba, no Yoruba deities, right? Because they don't go back as far as 3,400 BC, right? So who are the first gods? That would be Ra, what they call Isis or Aset, Osiris or Osar, Horus or Heru. Again, those are the Greek versions. Osiris is the Greek version of Osar. Isis is the Greek version of Aset or Aset. Horus is the Greek version of Heru. These are the oldest deities known to mankind. This is what the Moors don't talk about. Now, again, we have the Moors, they want to talk about how old they are. They're lying, but they want to claim that they're this old, ancient Africans, right? Well, why aren't you going to the first known deities? How come you're stopping or beginning with Allah? Okay, so the fact that you don't mention the original deities shows us that you're hiding a lot of information from us, right? You just need us to say that we're you. So once and for all, you never have to deal with those ancient deities known as Osar. Remember, Osar is said to have been murdered by his jealous brother. So in real life, who would be murdering our ancestors by not wanting to talk about them, but always want to talk about Allah, who comes what? In the Common Era? 7th century? That's how far back y'all going? So what about them ancestors that existed in ancient TaMeri? Or you don't want to talk about them? You cutting us off from our ancestors and calling us to be under your 7th century deity. That's what you're doing. And you get very upset when we don't accept that, because you know what that means is your end is near. The reason why the Moors get so adamant and so upset when American Indians do not recognize them is because they know that we will go further back in history. We won't hear what they're saying. We'll go further back, and we just might discover who the deities were in 3400 BCE. Again, the Moors only want to go to the 7th century. So what are they doing? Murdering the most ancient ancestors known to mankind. And then they get mad that you don't co-sign on that BS. Sorry. Get over it, because ain't nobody trying to join y'all. You got a lot of blood on your hands from this these crusades and forced conversion. So that is what American Indians don't want any part of. We don't care if you want to call yourselves Moors. Don't call us that.
They are in the West. And all over the monuments, they talked about Osiris and said he is foremost of the Westerners, which means not.
That is Osar. He's calling him Osiris, which is the Greek version. We really need to not use the Greek version of ancient names, okay? Okay, even though they're more familiar. They're not the original name. So that is Osar. This is the god that you don't hear the Moors talking about, okay? Because this was the god that was murdered by a jealous brother who wanted to take his place. That's Osar. The Moors represent the jealous brother who took his place, okay? That deity does not want us to know who the true king, nor does he want us to know who the true heir is. Heru is the heir of Osar. We're looking at Osar right now. His son is said to be Heru. Set is the jealous brother and uncle to Heru. If the Moors would really examine the religion that they're pushing, they would know that it is Sethian or of Set. Someone who craves to be in power that they will tell a version of history that leaves out a king like this guy that we're looking at. Osar, the true good king of TaMeri. His wife was known as Isis, but again, we're going to call her Aset, her original name. Okay? So the Moors represent the brother that murdered the true king and seeks to take his place by denying his offspring the truth about what is the most ancient spiritual system. The most ancient spiritual system will point us to Osar right there and his son Heru. But the Moors want to talk about Allah, which doesn't have any of this history. So then the Moors are having us deny this ancient cosmology, this ancient spiritual story that talks about the murder of this king that we're looking at. They don't want us to know this story. They want to talk about science of the laws of this and this. No. Let's talk about the mythology of this man right here. They never talk about that. Well, they have a different spiritual system, right? This is why they were expelled from TaMeri, ancient America, because they didn't want to talk about this deity anymore. They want to talk about sun discs or crescent moons. You know, they didn't want us to see the skin tone of these gods. They didn't want us to know the names of these gods. So they started changing them into like sun discs. In the case of Aten and Akhenaten turning Ra into a sun disk. Ra was also copper colored. He looked a lot like Heru. He had the same head as Heru, a falcon head. But none of this we will hear when the Moors are in the house, because they're gonna be talking about what? Arm, leg, arm, whatever, head. Okay. So what about this guy we're looking at right now? Osar, what y'all got to say about him? Not much, right? They don't want to talk about this ancient system. Now we know, because we just looked at a timeline. Now we know how old that ancient system is that talks about this deity, Osar. It goes back about, again, 3,400 years BC. And there's nothing in Africa older than this. Okay.
In the front of,
Fair use.
he was the most worshipped throughout in the West. And not just his dead spirit, they were talking about the man himself being in the West. So now I have those right.
There's Osar seated on his throne. Okay. Okay.
And the deeper I got, the clearer it became, and then I started locating the cities all through the Americas, and not North America. He just says, man, those, they didn't call them Indians, but they said their cavalry is just so strong. They have bow and arrow cavalry. They're on horseback, and they are so strong, it's just devastating to us to try to take that land. So I tell you what, we're going to cut it right off at that river, and that's why all these pyramids are showing up from Mexico going down south, because those Apaches and Comanches and whatever other tribes were there, black tribes and others were.
I just want to look at this map for a minute. Chiapas? Is that Chops? You know, they talk about the pyramid of Chops or Cheops, but is that the original here in Chiapas? Okay. This is where ancient TaMeri Egypt was. This was called, I believe, Lower Egypt in Mexico. Okay. But they have all these Spanish names. See, that's because the Moors had an interest in renaming these so it would look like they had no connection to the American Indian after you get all these Spanish speaking coming with Columbus, right? And you Latinizing our most sacred land sites, right?
Well, whooping Egypt the whole years. They did leave the record, though, that Osiris got as far as Washington, D.C. He said, I got to this land, and in this land in the north, I got to the place of the river with the largest, widest mouth. And I immediately ran to the Mississippi. I started looking around trying to see, well, where is he? I'm trying to see where Osiris is. I see that city called Baton Rouge. I know that's talking about, it's got Atun's name in it, Aton, Baton Rouge. you know, it's
Atan,
red.
Aten.
And I'm looking at it. Kind of sounds like it might be an Egypt connection. I'm looking for it, but that was wrong. They said, no, when you get to that place, that's Tatooine. That's an island. That's a large island. That ain't no island here called no Tatooine. And then understanding comes in. Let's wait a minute. Let's look at the map again. See where the Mississippi River split, and one goes over toward New Orleans, and the other one goes down toward Alexandria. Well, yeah. So, well, you know, when you have a Mississippi River that splits in two, then the land between those two rivers is an island, because on the south side of it is the Gulf of Mexico. All that land is an island. I was like, oh, man, here's Tatooine. But he says, but that's not where I went to. He said, that's not the river I'm talking about. He said, this one has a huge mouth. And then I looked further up, and there it was. There's the Potomac and all of those waterways coming together, the Chesapeake, and making this huge mouth to this river before it empties into the Atlantic. And they say, when you get to that place, there's going to be a city designed, laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, which is like a rectangle, square. And that's coming. If they didn't lay out Washington, D.C. in the exact same configuration that ancient Egypt said, that city was here. And then they stuck an obelisk there. He just wrote about that.
The obelisk. The obelisk is representative of that king that we just saw, Osar. It's representative of his penis. And that's only for adults who are not children and who are trying to understand what our ancients was telling us. Okay? It has nothing to do with being gay or anything of that nature. Okay? But a simple mind and an immature mind will make it that. But he's saying that basically the culture went as far as DC. So let's play that again.
Waterways coming together, the Chesapeake, and making this huge mouth to this river before it empties into the Atlantic. And they say, when you get to that place, there's going to be a city designed, laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, which is like a rectangle, square. And that's coming. If they didn't lay out Washington, D.C. in the exact same configuration that ancient Egypt said, that city was here. And then they stuck an obelisk there. He just wrote about that. They just said it was too hard to keep control of that land with that very strong horseback army of bow and arrow shooting warriors. So then we go down toward the south. Okay, we have the northern extent. Let's go south. And we went through Central America, and our father cities there. And it will surprise you to know that Egypt actually built this city that we call Troy. Troy is in Central America. If you don't know the history of it before they start calling it Troy, you will never find it probably. But when Egypt wrote about it, they actually called it with those same letters. One word was T-R-W, Troy. But they said, well, we have another name for that city. We call it Cuban. K-U-B-B-A-N. It means the hidden city, because Troy is way up from the water at a time where major cities were being placed on the waterway, because that's how commerce was being conducted by ship. Troy was not. Troy was up in the rainforest, way up in the mountains, hidden. And so Egypt called it Cuban, hidden city. And I'm going to give you something I've never told anybody other than close to soul. You want to find Troy? You go find the city that Egypt says its name is Carthage. And you'll find this Maya city called C-O-P-A-N, Copan. And there you will have ancient Troy. That's the African city, Troy. So you go further south, go through Central America. Then you go into South America. I'm looking for Thebes now. I've got Memphis, but they said Thebes is Thebes of the West. That's how they wrote it. Thebes of the West. I want to know where it is. And I found it. And the great thing about it is Thebes of the West is the city that David took. That's Jerusalem. It was built to honor the ancient Egyptian ruler, co-founder, the one that most of your listeners will probably recognize as Heru, that others call Horace. The city was built to honor him, and it was laid out in the shape of the hieroglyphic symbol that is his name. When you look in the ancient hieroglyphs that these Africans that we now call Egyptians,
That's Heru
when they wrote the word
on the screen.
Heru, it's the hawk in profile.
Falcon.
Our body with the wings on the side. That gives you the word H-R-U, or Heru. And they laid out the city in that design. It's still there right now today. When you fly above and look down, there is that hawk.
There is
the wall,
Jerusalem.
the street, the temples, everything that they had laid that they have knocked down, but the foundations are still there. It shows you the outline of the name of the city. It was ancient Egypt or ancient Africa's Heru. Now, they built a temple there to honor Heru. And some of the listeners and readers will know that one of the words that Egypt used for a temple was like a rectangle with an opening in it, almost like a house or a temple. And it was P-R, or P-E-R. And so when they have that temple there and they're talking about that place where this famous temple of Heru is, they would say the temple of Heru or Heru. And so now we don't say Heru, we simply say Heru. It's that simple. It's that clear. It's been standing in front of our eyes this entire time. But as long as you let others educate you and tell you what a thing means, and you don't test it, you keep teaching the same error. And that's what was going on. They were getting some knowledge, but they were teaching the errors with the knowledge that they were getting. The Egyptologists knew, but they knew that they were going to hide those Africans. They were going to hide that this was an African civilization because they were trying to justify blacks as being inhuman so that they could make wealth off of them as slaves. And you couldn't say that they were inhuman and uncultivated if you show them with these civilizations. So they distanced them, they divorced the Africans from the Egyptian history, or they attempted to. When they came into the Americas in the 1500s, supposedly stumbling upon it with Columbus, you have to understand Columbus had just returned from West Africa. He had the map. The same ones that had come over and became what we now call Aztecs, and they hated that. That was a derogatory term. It meant that they worshiped the pagan deity Sutek that ancient Egypt writes about. So if you're of something, you are a something. You are of it. So they were a Sutek or Aztec. They said, no, we're Christians, we're Muslims, and there are others among us who do worship the traditional beliefs. But they were in a mode of trying to show them as being uncultured and uncivilized. So they knew, when they came in the 1500s, they knew where they were. They knew this was Egypt. You find this strange letter in Spain where they're having the wars against the blacks who are now running Spain wars, and they didn't lose that until 1492. And when they defeated those wars, then they said, now we can go and fight the war against the blacks over in the Americas, but not until we whoop the ones that's on our doorstep or we're on their doorstep. So that's the history that's unfolding. They knew that the Holy Lands were over here, the Vatican with them. And they sent it over to destroy these churches and these people so that the Vatican could be the head of the churches by destroying the other 11 that was in the Americas. And Spain had the right to come in and start trying to get commerce to become rich off of the gold and the other things that the African cities and with slavery.
Okay, we played this, I think, or did I stop it? I kind of checked out for a minute, but I think he said a lot, and I think we'll end on that note. He's kind of mixing it up, but the uh cursor is that the kingdoms were united in America. That's where we want to really just stop, and everything else it's added, but the main point is which was first. That would be TaMeri in America. Okay, so I'm going to close out, stop the share, and this time I'm really going to say thank you for watching. You spent quite enough time uh, having your attention here, so I thank you. I want to say thank you to any new channel members. I want to say thank you for your comments and feedback, and thank you for so much for watching. Till next time, stay well, be well, peace, goodwill, love, joy, happiness, your land back, your identity back, and all the good things. Thank you again for watching.